Good morning. Good morning. Hurricane's already in here blowing it up at BBY. Uh, well, good morning. It's 10 minutes to market open. It's February 7th. We're going to be streaming stock trading, options, futures, and see what we can do today. Definitely some exciting week. It's the second week of crazy excitement. So a lot of news. There's Powell coming out today. There's BBY news after hours. And yeah, let me get set up here. Oh, down a lot more pre-market on BBY. Wow. Okay. Higher net 15% up pre-market. I didn't like the data this morning. Morning, Jeff. Morning, Jason. Morning, EK. Peace. Get this shared on Twitter. Morning, Brad. You guys for jumping on early. Thank you for your early thumbs up. Okay, let's see. We get things here. So I actually, if you're not on Discord, I'm gonna see, but I actually bought BBY shares pre-market. From my understanding, the news is what some of the news that I wanted to hear, or basically the catalyst, the fundamentals behind risking capital in BBBY. So we're gonna go over it. I'd like to get Hurricane or maybe Bullions or something on chat. They can give us a rundown of what's happened. We'll see if they will. Hellbiz is up pre-market 11%. Okay, Hellbiz. Back in BBY and I'm already down 26%. We got Powell today at 1240, and data that came out this morning was not great. Yes, see what it was. Morning, Hurricane. Good morning, Christopher. Morning, Ace. Good morning, Jason. Yeah, I want to get a good handle on the news, but yeah, I think I'll probably do some cash secured puts as well on BBY. Depending on how today goes, I might even do some covered calls also. It's on Reg Show again. Did it ever come off Reg Show though? No, that was the speculation. They were trying to get it off Reg Show. Update this morning, I said dilution not for 90 days. Yeah, I saw someone in Discord talking about sharing that. But I thought they already had dilution with this private investor. That's not real dilution because it's preferred shares. I'm pretty confused on the whole thing, honestly. I'm trying to figure it out. That's why I want to get someone on voice chat to let us know what's happening. Sold to one entity. Yeah, that's kind of what I understood too. I think they can be converted to common shares. They receive an extension, that's the catalyst. An extension on what? The like compliance? That could be. Is the same amount of days as GME they cannot use to shares to dilute. $51, yeah. Okay. We have no idea how low BBY will go off of this. To me, even if they did dilute, they offered shares, that wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing. When I first saw that and I saw them selling it off after hours, it actually made me want to buy it because they're going to have to dilute or something. You know, they have to pay their debt. So all this back here was just on hopes and dreams. But now that they're actually doing steps to pay off their debt, it's viable that it might not go bankrupt. Go to the BBY subreddit. Let me see if someone shared it in our Discord. Probably have. I have to be careful because I can't actually day trade on that account. A lot of news to catch up on. Oh boy. 1 billion investor. Yeah, so I saw headlines, which is kind of annoying. Annoying just to see headlines because, or to even get any news just from media. I'd like to see filings for this stuff because that's the same. You know, you can't not trust the media when they say it's going bankrupt and these are the reasons and all this, and then trust it when it says they have $1 billion investor. Like, you either do or you don't. So, yeah, I would just take all the media you get cautiously, basically. $1 billion investor. I don't think there's been any filings for that yet. I definitely think it's possible, but yeah. Ding ding ding. Market opened. Market opened. We're down 0.2%. And I think that was on the data this morning. Powell's not till 12:40. I've got covered calls I need to get out of. GME is selling off. I'm gonna have to look at GME for a little bit to get if BY does keep going, which I'm not certain it will this week, but if it does, it seems like it's pulling GME up with it. Okay. It said, I think they're not able to dilute for 90 days. But yeah, I'll have to look at it. If you guys want to jump on Discord and jump in voice chat and give us a little rundown of what's going on with it if you have a good understanding, or even a bad understanding, but somewhat of an understanding. Okay, SPY's coming down here. Get these. Oh, pretty big sell-off into the open, and then out at open. I can't actually trade futures until GME cover call gets cleared up. Premiums on thing are still crazy. Energy V is up. IronNet, Hellbiz, Express. Morning, Candyman. Morning, Christopher. A's down 6%. BuzzFeed's down 6%. Is that right? This? This? It looks like we're recovering a little bit. GME already down 6%. This is what I'm saying. When you're doing cover calls in GME, like sometimes you have to just hit it right out of the gate. Whoa, 6.5%. BBY is down 45%. Right back to that. Back to that support. Sorts. I could do some cover calls under this week. I'm not sure if it'll keep going this week, really. It might. It is only Tuesday, but it would be nice to guarantee profits on this. Seeing cash secured puts or some covered calls. So if that is it for 90 days, shouldn't Bobby rip until then? No, not really. Lucy up, Gilead? Nice, man. Shit. Yeah, doing a little cup and handle action. Well played. The 1 month pattern on GME.
Outpacing everything else.
BBY is starting to climb back up here. Starting to fill that gap. Jeez. I want more, but I'm gonna go slow. I already bought some pre-market. Like nothing happened yesterday. I mean, it's down 45%. Yesterday it climbed 120 at one point. But it open to close was it's close. Oh, it's halted up. Well, you're gonna have volatility, it seems like. Not too much chilling out, I guess. Yeah, I saw this. So the warrants. Yeah, I wanted something fundamental behind it to put capital back into it. I took a big loss in BBY. I think not actually that big of a loss, but some of you guys took more. So I was fine to get back in. It's very easy to get back in and revenge trade. Trust me, that took a lot of discipline not to revenge trade my way back into here. I had to be very disciplined not to, and to wait until some catalyst of, I mean, even a share offering was somewhat bullish in my opinion. Wait, I'll do because it just ripped up like a crazy amount so quickly. It's gonna be freaking volatile. Thanks for your likes, guys. Early morning gang is alive and awake. Got 12 of them. You guys are BBY crazy. No, I think that's legitimate. I mean, it definitely moved up within the threshold. Where are you getting the bond price? Where are you getting that data? Morning, Ryder. Yeah, it just went up a huge amount. It went up like 30%. No, how had this go up? Oh, I see. All right, Weevil, you're gonna start doing this now, huh? 16%. It just went up in like 2 minutes. Yeah, that's definitely gonna halt. You're posting for bonds. Are you not on our Discord? Is YouTube lagging? Oh man, we're definitely in for a big day. Weeble's lagging, YouTube's lagging. Oh yeah, we're halted for sure. GME's coming down. It's already down 6.25. Um, okay. So the IV on these options, though, I think I should sell some options. I should definitely sell some calls or some puts. 600% is insane. Like even if it keeps going up, like it is going to go down so much easier at this point as far as the IV goes. V hasn't moved because it's halted. Look, it immediately went up 13% and halted. 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute, 4 minute, 5 minute. So if it goes up more than what I think 10% in 5 minutes, it's halted. So there you go, 16%. Given it's subjective, so they kind of do it when they want to also. GME just getting wrecked, down 7%. AMC is holding up though. This is interesting. All right, I'll Google it real quick. Just on FINRA, is that where I find it? Must be some GME news. Oh, is this it? Just this ticker? It's up 143%. Oh, they'll hold for 5 minutes. Yeah, it's gonna go. It might just go insane, guys. Honestly, it might not chill out, especially now that they have that news catalyst. Like, jeez, volatility is insane. So yeah, so the bonds, they say they're up 143%. Is that just today? That's in the last month. No, that's today. What the heck? Um, wow. Okay, unhalted. That's the sound of buying more shares. You go slow though. There are others also. So basically, um, yeah, if you guys are on Discord and want to come chat about BBY, I would be much obliged. It was halted. It resumed. Now it's back down to VWAP. But so they potentially have paid off a lot of their debt, from my understanding, or have the investor and the funds agreed to pay off a significant amount. Was it 1 billion? GME is getting dunked on a bit. Via selling or other investors selling based on news. Um, no, I don't think it was either. In the after hours, I mean, there was some volume, but I don't know. I don't think BBY is like offering shares on the open market right now. From my understanding, it's a they said it's a preferred stock and it's not traded or tradable anywhere. And then I also heard that they have an investor that's put in 1 billion that's already bought it up. So I don't know. I'm a bit confused on how it works, but that's what I've understood so far. So I don't think the after hours action is what we're seeing. I think this is shorting because of the news of offering shares. Basically, they're pushing as dilution, and then a bounce because they basically then came out and had the filing saying it's preferred shares, and then they already have an investor that bought them all up. Something along those lines. And I think there's maybe more. There's also confusion with other people because that's why it's not. It's kind of just all over the place. Am I somewhat right on my understanding there, Hurricane, from what you understand? Hmm. I don't know what halting has to do with reg show, but confirmation of the investor putting in 1 billion. Right, yeah, that was just a tweet, which sketched me. I don't see a filing or anything for that. Why has the stock gone up on that news? Well, yeah, I think because it's not been a filing from that yet. Um, Based on math, warrants are prices in at 13. Keep going till Friday. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just know usually after 120% move, there's some chilling out, but um, chilling out compared to this at least doesn't mean it won't have moves up and down. This it's crazy. It's so chill now. Wait, here. So coming back down here a little bit. Opened at $3, $3.70 or something, which is back before yesterday, or that gap up yesterday. So yeah, it did actually come back down literally from all of yesterday's gains, which is crazy. Yeah, to me the news, I'm somewhat confused by all of it. However, it does seem uh, more likely that they're not going to go bankrupt with it. That's pretty much my take. And they're able to pay off debt, whether it's with offering shares or especially if it's preferred shares or from an investor. Like that's way more bullish if an investor's willing to put in $1 billion. But yeah, I guess we don't have confirmation of that yet. That is still just rumor. It's really gonna rip. Yeah, it could fill this gap today. I mean, sure. Wonder what kind of margin I can get for BBBY. Let's see. It's not as volatile, as GME, where you can't get any margin. Oh yeah, Fidelity's not giving margin due to the increased volatility of the security you're attempting to purchase. The value of your order is limited to the total account value of your account. Total account value. I've never seen that come up. Morning, Ryan. Interactive brokers put the same alert. What if a billion put in $1? Has been going up all day. The offering was after, yeah, after market close. So some people are saying it was going up all day from the investor buying in, but I don't think that's true. It's preferred. It's they said it's not tradable anywhere, so we're not gonna see it here. The birthday was good. Yes, thank you. A lot of fun. Um, so I'm gonna look at weeklies. On the put side, I think maybe 3 strike. Be safe. But I said that before. Okay, I'm doing a weekly. 3. How many can I do? $41. 33. All right, coming back up here, breaking VWAP. GME's down 8%. Express? Yeah, Express is definitely isn't it EXPI Express, or is that something else? Okay, put an order for some cash secured puts on BBY. It's extremely volatile, of course, so I mean this thing could swing a lot. It could swing down back down to the $2 range, I think. It could also fill this gap up to 550. So careful. I'm going to be trying to sell some premium. I do have shares, so I have unlimited upside exposure if it does go crazy. Of course, I'd like more if it does go crazy, but at this point, I'm going to go slow and try and capture some of this premium. So cash secured puts, a lot of premium. Might do some cover calls, not sure yet. GME is going to get put on a short sale restriction. EXPI World Holding, this one. That's a very nice looking chart, very bullish. We got a dividend. Do you think it's going to rally that much? I mean, the chart looks good. The catalyst here. Cloud-based real estate brokerage. Interesting. Oh, virtual reality software. Is this like Matterport or whatever? Or no, wait, what? That does look interesting. It'd be also interesting if a dividend stock exploded. Getty's up 13%. Iron is up 12.5. GME is about to be on short sale restriction list, 9.2% down. Oh. Wow. So my puts are actually profitable. No way. They finally became profitable. Covered calls still are not profitable. BBY is crazy looking down here, actually. Looks to explode. Thanks for your likes, guys. We got 23 of them. Appreciate all you this morning. This week should stay exciting, I'd imagine. We've got Powell at 1240. GME's down almost 10%. BBY's down 41%. Pretty wild. Cash secured put is if I don't know if you're familiar with options at all. I'm basically using my capital as collateral and agreeing to buy shares of the underlying. So in this case, BBBY for a certain price by a certain date. So if the strike that I agree to buy it by is in the money, then I'm obligated to buy it. And for me to agree to that contract, I receive a premium, just like insurance or something. Or like an insurance premium. Try to buy SQL pre-market for 595. Put a buy in for 105. Now pre-markets usually. Oh wow. What was your reasoning on wanting to buy this pre-market? So my cash secured put still hasn't been filled. Be patient with it. Nice little red candle to the downside, but this is actually holding up very well. Okay. It filled. Okay. So I did a 3-strike. He's coming down more. Wall Street Journal Pro, they already have the preferred stock buyer. So when the buyer converts to common shares, they have to get it from the liquidity that is already available. Oh, that's freaking confusing. I don't know if that's true, though. That's just media. Okay, so the cash secured put basically, so I got some shares on here. I'm starting to scale in. I agreed to buy BBY for $3 a share by Friday at close, and for me to agree to that, I received a premium of $1,140. So if BBY is above $3 by that date, I get my collateral back, which is in this case 9 grand, I believe. Yeah, 9,000. If it's below that and I let it expire, then I will own 3,000. No, yeah, 3,000 BBY shares at 30 or at $3. But then I still keep the premium, so you would deduct the 1,100 I received in premium. So instead of paying, you know, 9,000 for it, I'd be paying 7,000, whatever that is, like 8,000. The premiums right now are so high, the IV is so high on BBY that you could almost pay back your shares and make your shares free in like 3 weeks of selling either covered calls or selling cash secured puts. So which is kind of insane. That's why I want to do it. It's like this won't, I don't think it'll sustain this high. It could go higher first, but yeah. So with that, I should probably do the same thing on the other side. However, I don't want to limit my upside. So I'll be patient on that. I'll wait on the covered calls. Cash secured puts, that's an easier one for me to go for if I'm bullish. And if I do want to own the shares. So if it is below that and the news is all legit and bankruptcy is more or less off the table, then yeah, like I've said for 6 months, it's a good deal if it's not going to be bankrupt. Anything down here for sure. Once we broke that historic low, multi-decade low of 450, they were pricing it in for bankruptcy. So we're getting back up there now. I mean, 3.4. But yeah. Up 10%, down percent. Did you call it? Good thing I didn't buy to close my covered calls yesterday. Dang. That would have really, really bummed me out. I bought more BY. Yeah. YouTube is caught up. You make sure and hit live. There's I think I have DVR on, so if you're not hit live, it'll be behind. Been so long. I think GME might have to retest down here. I don't know. This price action is very bizarre to me. And we might get a, if it does, might be getting a BBBY squeeze before, but it can't be like a squeeze. It's got to be slow, otherwise it'll definitely be dragging GME up with it. There's 10.35% on GME. Oh, that's crazy. Thanks, Bruce. Appreciate it, man. What's the risk of cash secured puts if it goes down below 3? You pay more than it's worth. Yeah, yeah. So I'm agreeing to buy it for 3. It's like a limit order at $3, and of course, right now it seems like a good deal because it's 3.30. But in a week, if it's $1.50, I'd be like, oh man, that sucks. But right now, if I want to buy the shares, it makes sense. But you also receive a premium to do it, so that's more what I'm kind of doing it for. If it is below 3, I'll reevaluate then if I want to roll it lower or receive the shares or do what. I don't think it was buying 1 billion of Billionaires Tree. I think they're paying off their debt. What do you mean don't get who is? Oh, you're not believing it. Well, no, I think it's their debt. %10% of zero news. Well, given a lot of this, half of this rally was just from BBBY. So this was probably going to come down to this price anyways, but it got pulled up. Supercells went up all day and dumped in post market. No, I mean that was from the catalyst of them offering shares. You know, what official news, I guess, are you waiting for? There's filings that they have released already about their preferred stock offering. So the investor with the billion, that's not confirmed yet. So we don't know about that. Buy kind of hanging out at the lows. Getty's up 11%. LAC's up 10%. DCL's up 5. GME bounced actually right on that channel. What the heck? Oh, never mind. That's just Weeble screwing up. It's close to the bottom of that channel though. How many can I buy on here? It's weird. The total account value, I've never seen that. That's not like a normal margin requirement, is it? So now I'm over my account value. Yeah, I think you just get 0 margin on it. Oh, but I can, okay, so I do have margin. I can get some margin on it. Interesting. Looks like I can get 14,000 shares. And a portion of that is with margin. Filling the gap to the upside? I imagine so. I don't know if it happened today though. No, since August. Yeah. Yeah, I entered BBY cash secured puts the day before RC sold. And then I closed out most of it here. But I was close to break even, I think. Just because of cash secured puts. Because of selling premium. I took some loss though, I'm sure, because I got exercise back here on the shares. So those had a higher cost basis because I didn't do cover calls on them. So yeah, I mean, in this range, if it's not going bankrupt, I'd say it's pretty good value. And there's no way to know, like, oh, it's not going bankrupt. How do you know? You don't, but if it seems less likely, I guess, if they have funding secured, if they have ways to pay off their debt, they have of course a big buyer coming in. Hit 9 this week? Yeah, no, I think it could. Learned a lot from that. Yep. Don't forget it. CFD on BBY shares? Oh, are you in Europe? Can't remember what CFD is. Contract for difference? Yeah, I don't even know about this. Is a derivative. Not allowed in the United States. 5 times leverage? Wow. Average price is 1.7. Dang, dude. Plus bank gave an extra 100 million. That's true. Yeah, let's settle down a little bit. Let me read what's going on here. Oh, you can shut them off. Did any of you guys share on Discord a nice DD for me to read on it? This is old, maybe. Let's see. Okay, here's one from yesterday. I can't believe I can't believe it's not butter. No, I know what you mean. I kind of feel the same way. Um I try not to get you don't want to get emotionally upset or emotionally involved at all. So whether you're upset or happy about a stock, you can't let it affect your trading. So if you had a huge score on GME, you don't want to jump back in and throw a bunch of money in it just because you're emotionally happy about your score because it's probably the top. Or not, but getting your emotions involved sucks. So if you had a bad loss in BBY, you shouldn't just write it off. Like there still might be a great trade there. And it's tough to get over that, but yeah. I do been dumping. GME 10.4%. Wow. Two A's. BBY support group. Jeez. All right, so I'm gonna read this. Oh yeah, this is what I read. This is just a little clip from the filing. So no market for the new securities. That's what I was saying. Big deals coming soon could be going straight to an acquire. The common stock warrants will expire on the 5th anniversary of their issuance. date, and the preferred stock warrants will expire on the first anniversary of the issuance date, or such later date as extended by the consent of the company and the holder. The warrants will be exercisable for cash and with respect to the common stock warrants on a cashless basis, subject to certain conditions. For a summary of the additional terms of the Series A convertible preferred stock, the common stock warrants, and the preferred stock warrants, please see description of securities. Preferred stock warrants in this prospectus supplement. The form of certificate of amendment for the Series A convertible preferred stock is attached to Annex A to this prospectus supplement. Series A convertible preferred stock, the common stock warrants, and the preferred stock warrants will be issued separately but can only be purchased together in this offering. The Series A convertible preferred stock, the common stock warrants, the preferred stock will be issued separately but can only be purchased together in this offering. I'll just keep reading this. You guys can watch tickers. There is no established trading market for the Series A convertible preferred stock or the warrants, and we do not expect a market to develop. So I understand what they're saying, but I don't quite. How is that possible? Because it's just going to an individual buyer. It's a under the table deal. Is that's my only understanding of it. In addition, we do not intend to list the Series A convertible preferred stock or the warrants on the NASDAQ Global Select Market or any other national securities exchange or any other nationally recognized trading system. That's why this run-up wasn't some big buyer buying, and that's why the drop was not from them issuing stock, because from right there, that seems like, yeah. So I think the market's kind of, yeah, SPY is kind of at its lows now. GME is just probably moving with SPY, but aggressively to the downside. So I could get more BBY shares on my long term. If it breaks this high, I just might, honestly. Yeah, it's hard to tell how big of a move this is, but this is big. Because it's had such a large move. You know, it's changing 1%. Okay. Settle down, that's fine. Settle down. Yeah, I got a little BBY too. It's all good in the hood. GME almost 11% down. So, do you guys understand what I just read? And then the other news or whatever you're hearing has just been speculation from tweets. So let's see. I'm trying to look for the tweets. I think it was Walter, or no, it was Unusual, or no, who was it? It was FX Hedge. Yesterday, FX Hedge tweeted, Bed Bath & Beyond short interest, 47% of float short, 52 million shares. Can I find just... It's moving up here. Okay, yeah, so it was an FX Edge. Okay. Starting to fill that gap. Let's see if it double tops here, or it breaks out. Okay, I just bought a bunch. Oh, that's what that pop is from. No, I'm just kidding. See if it's legit. See if it's a false break or not. No, it looks legit. So I've got a little more cash still. Could throw in a BBBY, or sorry, GME, or BBY, I guess, but pretty flush with a position in here now. Gonna be volatile. Okay. FOMO is good. Fell asleep, then went up 90%. Those after hours, now it's at 350. What the heck? You got in at 3. Alright, so it might be a little false break. Fell asleep, then went up 90%. So you're talking about all of yesterday? You slept all of yesterday? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm buying right now and it's at 375, so I mean, but that's what creates a market. One person wants to buy here, one person wants to sell, so I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, so here's the tweets from FX Edge I was looking for. So this is why it's, I need to open it up and check it out, but right here. So Bed Bath & Beyond gets investor backing for over 1 billion equity raise. Let me just look in that thread and see if there's any info on it. Okay, big reject on that breakout, which is what I was afraid of, but that's okay. Just don't look at your account. Oh, does he not allow comments? FX doesn't allow comments. Kind of annoying. I might actually do cover calls in this position. It's so large. Just to guarantee some profit. If it goes up, I guess. If it goes down, it doesn't matter. Jeez, dude. Oh, man, okay. I'm just like having flashbacks of what I did. What did I do last time with BBY? Because that was at a time when I pulled a bunch of capital out of GME, and the premiums on BBY were also extremely high, and that's when I sold like 70 or 80 grand worth of cash secured puts. Or no, actually it was more. It was like 100 grand worth of cash secured puts, and then the next day it dumped, and that was the position I was stuck in for 6 months. Slowly reducing my capital on it because I was rolling it down until eventually I got it down to like 65 grand, I think. But yeah, I'm like having flashbacks to that because right now, yeah, I'm got way too much BBY. Okay, yeah, let's not look at it. My portfolio size, I've got a few different portfolios. Added up, I don't know. Like current value, it's not great. What I put in, much better. Local radio announced BBY store is closing. Stranger would announce that on a music channel. Why cash secured puts over calls or calls way riskier? So cash secured puts is selling premium. It's not buying. So if you look at the options, you see the IV. So you can either buy any of these options or sell any of these options. So if you sell them, your gains are capped. It's a risk-defined trade. GME 11%. My puts are up 35% on GME. Long puts. So if I was selling calls, I would have to have shares. If I'm selling puts, I have to have capital to buy the shares. I could sell calls on it, and I still might. But that then caps your upside profit. So I would be agreeing to maybe sell my shares at $4 a share or $4.50 or whatever strike I pick. So shares, if you just hold shares, you have unlimited upside potential, right? Yeah. Buying calls. I'm not gonna be buying calls because the IV is so high. So the premium you're paying to have this exposure is extremely high. Basically, if your house was on fire and you went to get fire insurance and the adjuster came to your house to give you a quote and he saw it was on fire, he's not going to give you a good quote. You're going to pay a ton of money for that insurance because your house is already on fire. All right, it's coming down here. Morning, Donero. Where were you yesterday? We needed some more voices of reason in Discord or in chat. Got a little crazy. What's up, Christopher? Quite a bit of trading, quite a bit of working. 11% down on GME. Wow. My calls are still my cover calls are still not profitable. I mean the IV just pumped so much in that little bit. But I think it's not even really decreasing because it's coming down so quickly that the call premium hasn't really decreased. BBY is seller boxing themselves. How, Don? They're trying to get out of bankruptcy. They don't want to be bankrupt. They don't want it. Did you hear all the news? Okay, I'm gonna sell cash secured put or cover calls on this. Okay. Diluting, but it's with preferred shares, and supposedly I have an investor that's already bought up all the preferred shares, and it's not tradable. You should look into it, Donrod. I'd be curious in your opinion. Um, it's not as simple as just offering shares in the market. SPF. GME is getting dunked on. What's the lowest price you would sell your? What do you mean? Slightly sour. Why Ace? I kind of see if I got that filled. I think it maybe got filled. Yeah, so I got filled. So I'm doing cover calls on it too. So I've got upside exposure with naked shares, but I'm also gonna do cover calls with the big position just because just as a hedge, I guess, more or less. And the premiums are too good. So with covered calls, so here it is. So I bought 13,000 shares, and then I sold 130 calls for the 4 strike for Friday. So if it squeezes up to 15 bucks, I'll have to roll it. But yeah, this basically just guarantees profit if it goes up above my buy-in price of 380. So caps my gains at 4 bucks, which is probably the best thing to do with that size position. So the premium I received to do that is 3,600. So I mean the premiums are insane. Again, it's a large position, but that's 4 days. 38%. Sound like you got weeklies. I don't know, 11.8. If you got weeklies, wow, it's actually at the bottom of that range. So yeah, here you go. I mean that's a rough range, but it's kind of right at there. If you got weeklies, this would be a good time to probably sell them, even though they're weeklies. It could keep coming down, but this is a big move so far. You can always buy back in. But if you're not going to buy back in, you don't trust your timing. Are you in the money? It's hard for me to answer that question. But the IV on the puts has gone up a lot in the last hour or so since we've been open. You know, but it's kind of at that make or break point, and we probably won't see if it'll make it or break it today because it's already down 11.5%. So tomorrow, if it breaks 2060, then yeah, the puts will keep gaining in value. Then we booked for that 1940, which is that long historic support. Got them last week, expires Friday. Have you been down on them all week, I'm assuming? Yeah, that being said, I actually might close mine. Yeah, thanks for reminding me. I'm all caught up in BBY. But yeah, I'm going to sell my puts. And now the market maker knows I want to sell them, and they're running the price away from me. Freaking jerks. My cover calls are still negative. I'll just hold my cover calls for now, though. BBBY. Yep. Up 12% in the Mexican market? What's Mex? Their bond prices are up. These 2014 bonds are up 143%. That's weird. Why would it be up in Mexico? Did you read any of the filings? And I don't know where FX Hedge gets his info from, but um, supposedly there's a investor backing for over $1 billion equity raise, and then the shares that they're offering. Actually, I just went over it on stream, but the shares they're offering are preferred shares, and they won't be tradable. Won't be tradable. So yeah. Made some money on Monday. I did with the futures, yeah. Happy Money Monday, of course, man. Not real shares, it's depository shares. We don't expect this sort of divergence. Along with warrants with required exercise. ape with the addition of warrants. But it's not going to be tradable. It's not going to be listed on any exchange. What if there was a investor that bought them up? Avocados, man. All right, GME moving back up here. I still hanging up. Hanging out in the lows. BuzzFeed, you're down 19%. What the heck? That is not good looking. Days are down 12. Elbiz, what happened? Everything got sold off of the market there. Well, whether they're not there. Wait. What price the warrants are at? Yeah. Someone said they're $14, but I don't know. Just total guess, I think. I don't know where they got that number from. So not as bad as you once thought when you saw equity or share offering. Or is it? Not 14, 13. Oh, that was you? 13? Yes, Icon or Cohen has been what's speculated. Um, I I don't know why it would be Cohen, but since he's already sold his position and said he didn't like what they were doing, more or less. But maybe it's all some big conspiracy. But I'm not hopeful for Cohen. So it's a big range, but BBY is just trading in this 30.80 to 30.80, 83 or not a huge range, but yeah, it is consolidating. It looks like it's going to start burning theta. Not some sort of business turnaround. No, no, no. I guess the potential for does it mean um does it look like more signs of a merger or merger acquisition or a potential big investor with these moves is what I was thinking. But no, the company hasn't turned around necessarily at all. I mean, they're closing a bunch of stores, which is probably a good thing. So cutting costs. Jimmy, do you think got better? You speak on the strategy. Yeah, they haven't said too much. It's been pretty hush hush. They have to get out from underneath their debt for an M&A or for well they needed to for did they have some requirements for their JP Morgan credit that they defaulted on or whatever? Didn't they have I think they had to offer shares for that, I thought. Maybe this is part of that. starts to break out from around here. Yeah, I'm not sure if we're gonna see it or not. I mean, might just chill for a bit. The gaps need to be filled. One and one. Oh, the gap's down there. I mean, not all gaps are filled. 2.9 is the next gap I see. I can see that getting filled though. It's pretty close. That's the next support too. Yep, that was part of it too. Renegotiate debt with Morgan and got an extra 100 million. I think the full merger. Taking more equities coming around. Yeah, so it more possibility for an investor with what they're doing. It seems like it's kind of what I was hoping for from my very juvenile understanding of what I read. Yeah, Getty's looking good, 13%. Or Nordstrom. That Nordstrom thing is crazy. Ridiculous. Oh, Getty's looking good. LAC is looking good again. And his cover calls in GME. I sold them literally at the very worst time. After this whole move today, they were still negative. And they're out of the money. So the IV hasn't come down a whole lot yet. So cover calls in our paper account if anyone's still interested. GME covered calls. Anyone? What do you think they are? What do you think they're at? Those 24.5 cover calls that we sold like 3 days ago at the worst time. What percent do you think we're up or down? So nat gas has moved up today because the Freeport, I guess, is continuing opening or something. China has more ICBM launchers than the US. Uh-oh. US appeals court upholds higher tariffs on some imported steel products, reversing trade court ruling. Bank of England's Fund Life. We propose a limit of between £10,000 and £20,000 per individual to hold digital pound. So EU's going digital. You have 250%. What, Christopher? Your home view in your long-term play is good. If you're expecting a squeeze tomorrow, you're probably effed. Capital Extra looks like a long haul. Or someone's investing hoping they can sell the business. Interesting. I mean, this. Yeah, I'm not. I'm down to have exposure to it if I think okay, it's less likely to go bankrupt with what they're doing. So that was basically what the confirmation I needed. I do think it could definitely squeeze. Still, as far as like buying options right now, no. But building a position, yeah, if it's not going bankrupt, I think this is a good deal. And if we do get more news or a filing or more info on this said investor, I think that could be pretty big. Definitely secures avoiding bankruptcy. Good. Good to hear. Well, I will just theta farm the crap out of it then. Because GME theta sucks right now. I mean, the IV's not bad. It's like 150%. And the chart is making me nauseous how uncertain I am of it. So, yeah. The premium here was on BBY was 600% at the money yesterday for weeklies. Down a bit now to 400. And it's crushing the theta now. That's what I need to hear, Donro. Thank you. I was trying to get people to explain to me, and it's just hype BBY people, and just they're mixing some fact with some stuff they heard on Twitter that wasn't fact, mixed with crazy speculation and tinfoil. I'm like, uh, what's happening? You're one of those people, Hurricane. You're smart, but you gotta stick with facts and not just hype. Trade, yeah, it could definitely still squeeze today. It could squeeze tomorrow. I think it could come down also. I think we could see. I think we see some gap fills down here. There are gaps down there. Never mind. It's probably gonna, you know, be volatile. Maybe this week though it'll slow down. I don't know. There's more news that comes out. It probably won't. Probably keep going one way. You can't predict this news coming out after hours. Even though you guys say every day, oh, after hours gonna be news. After hours gonna be news. Yeah, at some point you're gonna be right, and you were. It was an offering. We'll have to do a merger and do a share recall. Well, see, they're not here to fight illegal naked short seller crime, so I don't know if they're gonna be doing stuff like that. BBY 40 is a good buy. 36-month debt venture debt agreement with equity versus cash repayment. Yeah, a restructuring of their obligations to stave off bankruptcy. Stave. Read somewhere that the preferred shares gonna be sold to RC. Just baby. There's all sorts of interesting scenarios that might be plausible even. I don't know how that would work, but seems possible. That gas finally ready to start reversing. I'll pulse buy back up. Buy starting to move up here. Thank you guys for your likes. I appreciate it. Exciting morning so far. See if today continues with the excitement. We're at 42 likes. What's your take on the bonds being up 143% for 2024? Mountain chart. Germany approves 178 Leopard 1 tanks for Ukraine. It's not going bankrupt, so bonds are at a bargain price. All right. Bonds were the real squeeze. So the bonds might keep ripping then, huh? Right. Right. That's why I think if there is a big investor, because we don't have any confirmation of that unless you know something else, Don. If there is a big investor that's put in $1 billion or whatever, that's super bullish. Their fair value based on ratings. Not really dumping. Still just in its range. Looks like we did good against GME put. Yeah, it just depends on you're playing with it, John. Because I actually was in the same position. I got puts last week. Maybe you got them at the same time. But I'm not certain that this move to the downside in GME is over with at all. Yeah. So if we do get a filing of someone's investment in there, that could probably be the next catalyst for BBY to go crazy. But yeah, John, when you excuse me, when you mentioned that, I was like, I looked at the chart. I'm like, yep, perfect time to get rid of those puts. Because this is probably just gonna start burning theta here. It's already down 11, almost 12%. So, but I might get back into puts before the day's over. But now it's tough because it's like it's right at this range. So maybe it keeps trading in this channel, or maybe it actually breaks through the rest of this week. Probably depends on Powell some today. I guess it could keep coming down more today. I mean, 10.5% already, but yeah, he speaks at 1240. There's some negotiating. Yeah, so that's the only, I guess, that's the only sketchy thing that what what the price is, right? Because it'll be for a certain price, and the warrants. I mean, hopefully the warrants aren't for $2 and it's higher than the price we're at right now. Yeah, consolidation. I mean, really, this is what you want. And the news that came out, it seems like very good news for the company. So basically, now you have your, for me at least, I have more security of the company sticking around, not going bankrupt, and it's now at this price that's, I don't know what it is to earnings, but um, yeah, market cap's 377 million. What's that right now? And they're doing like almost 2 billion a quarter in revenue. So if they can figure out their debt and they can turn it around, then they have the revenue there. They just need to cut costs and start paying back debt. And so far they haven't. I mean, they've been closing a bunch of stores, which is a good thing, I think. They expect to raise maybe pipe dream. Yeah, I don't know. Two close gaps, 320 and 282. 320's been filled. Yeah, 285. 285 could get filled. Worth farming that theta. Yeah. I mean, GME, they weren't trying to necessarily get break even on their earnings. They were all about long-term growth until just this last earnings, right? When Ryan Cohen said we're looking at short-term profitability, just with the interest rates. So with the interest rates low, they were just looking long-term, like reinvest. And um, so in my opinion, that was very slow, but because they were looking for the long-term growth. So I would think they could do it faster than that. Um, but yeah, farming the theta, and but I do still expect Catalyst to rally this thing. Sure. Yeah. Yeah. All right, coming down here, about to make a new low on BBBY. But short term, I do still see catalyst for BBY though. If there is an investor, I think that definitely a catalyst. Um, of course, like you mentioned, the warrants, the pricing of that's a catalyst one way or the other. Double bottom at 3, potentially, yeah. We'll see if it holds. I knew we'd have 2 days in a row. Hey, the day just started, man. Chill out. You got the best news you could have if you're holding BBBY, even if you're down 70%. Your investment's most likely not going to zero anytime soon. Reducing consumer exposure, yeah, but if there were no consumers going to those stores, doesn't really matter. It's just reducing liability and cost. I've decided to buy lottery tickets. That sounds like options. So if you do options, you could do spreads, which with how liquid these are too, spreads actually would make pretty good sense. I don't want to put a date on it really either. But yeah, you could. If I were to do it, I'd probably do at least like March monthlies. But then a spread, you're going to get limited upside. The road is long and very uphill. Yes, yes. Would need someone like a Ryan Cohen to have a whole new vision for it. I don't even know if e-commerce would be it. Maybe repurposing their stores for something else, or I don't know. Yeah, it might hold the support for now. We'll see. Kind of bouncing on it though. Oh, AMC did end up getting the rundown. Ace. Retracting statements. Carlisle is said in talks to buy ODVD from Veritas Capital. The Carlisle Group. The U.S. trade deficit soared to nearly 950 billion last year. So cash secured puts are at $3. So if BBY comes down, I'll have to roll those down. The good news is, last time I did this play on BBBY, I was doing cash secured puts for $13 and not $3. So I'm on a better foot at this point, I think. Wayfair style, yeah, we talked about them and Wayfair would make a lot of sense because Wayfair needs, or no, I shared an article on that saying Wayfair and BBY need to merge. Wayfair needs retail storefront. BBBY needs E-commerce. Siri? I think that's in my long term. Oh no, Viri. Spy is just chilling, waiting for Powell. Oh, Sirius XM. Probably all their contracts with dealers that haven't expired yet. Pembroke Pines? Is that a store? Is that a place where a store is? I put in what I lost last time. You put in the same amount you lost? That's some kind of psychological trading you're doing? What do you mean reckon it's safe? Um, is it if it goes down you're gonna do something, or if it goes up you're gonna do something different? Yeah, Wayfair BBY does make sense. If you want to watch excitement, yeah, you might miss it in that time. But if you're buying to hold or to, I don't know, you're probably not going to miss a window to exit to sell if you're trying to make a lot of money on it in the next hour and 15 minutes. One store in Florida. That's awesome. Yep. I sold BBY. I sold GME. They closed their store in Florida. I loved that store, Pembroke Pines. Buys moving up here. Bat boy found in a cave. End of an era for the Great Pembroke Pines location. Whoa, that was a big move on SPY. Just filled that gap. Is there any news there? Remember, situation with China is tense. Biden administration looking. Not sure what the news is. I'm kind of looking. I don't know if I have margin for it. Probably not now. I sold all my puts, but I'm kind of looking for a short position. So looking for a high on buy today, and to hold through Powell. Basically, puts the kibosh on this crazy rally we've been having. You shop there 100% of the time when you were in Pembroke Pines. That's bullish, man. Powell, J. Powell, Jerome Powell, Fed chair. He's talking to 1240. He is the puppet master behind the market since 2000 and since back here since the bear market basically. He started 2018, but the market's been dependent on him for about 2 years now. U.S. removing sanctions on Russian banks. Never been there either. I think that's where the golf course is, isn't it? That. Wait, what? Oh, I think I just got liquidated some on my GME shares. Let me see here. Wait, what? Because I sold my puts. It didn't say there'd be a problem, but yeah, I think they closed some of my shares. Not on my history though. I need to get more puts. Oh yeah. Yeah. Wow. I got my first liquidation. Yeah, because I didn't have puts. So it took them. I closed my puts at 10:30, and then at 11:09 they they closed some shares. Wonder if they'll probably keep closing. I gotta check. I think I'm good. I think I'm good now. Yeah, it was like, let's see, how many? I need to get some more puts, more long puts. There it is. You guys want to see it? Pretty underwhelming. Margin liquidation right there. I sold 327 shares, I think. No, it's fine. I was honestly gonna think about selling those shares anyway. That's why I was doing covered calls on them. I was gonna let them go. So that gas flushing through VWAP. I might need to get long puts though, in case I want to sell more because BBY just holding out. Crazy, just shutting off. I don't want to get puts right now. That's 10, 20, 10% down. Wonder if it's also because I have covered calls on it. I wonder if that messes with. So basically, what did they do? They bought to close my calls, and then they sold shares. Why did they close the calls? Oh, because I couldn't have short calls then. That makes sense. So they probably have done enough, I'm imagining. But there you go. That's what we're looking for, a short squeeze. Forced liquidation. Once their margin requirements are not satisfied. Well, because BBBY is not in control of their stock price. So that's why they don't let it run up and then do an offering. Um, but they're off. It's not as simple as that. The offering is not at this price. It's not a at the money. It's not even with common shares. It's with preferred shares. So we don't know the price yet. Technically, like kind of. We don't know what the agreed price is yet. It's not as simple as, oh, they just offered a million shares or a billion shares at this price. That's some good math. I like that math. 425. They wouldn't want to sell more than 50% stake in the company. Billion in current valuation. 376, 376 million. Interesting. That's a good thought. $1 billion divided by 235 million shares, equal to current outstanding share count. But I mean, that's negotiable what they're valuing it at, right? So even though we're at the lows, the cash secured puts are up a little bit, just because IV is slowly coming down. Now, if we drop below here, then they won't be, but my cover calls I did not sell at a good time. They weren't bad, actually. Not sure what that move up on SPY was. Long-term price target. Yeah. I would imagine it would go to that price quickly and probably stay there, right? I mean, it would be similar to like a uh, oh, you're saying okay, the warrant exercise price. So it won't necessarily rip to them. I was thinking more of a what is it, buyout? Yeah, buyout. Yeah, warrants are sick. I've done well with warrants. Oh, I've done it with IPOs. I'm not messing with SPACs. SPACs got wrecked though. That's not good. I think that's more the SPACs though. It's not because of warrants. I see. It's a good indicator. Getty's up 12 and a half. Market's still chilling. We've got Powell in an hour and 20 minutes. Market seems pretty chill waiting on that. I don't know what kind of, oh, Cosm's up a bit. Kind of wanted to position in that. I don't know how to gauge the move that the market's gonna make from today from Powell. Of course, it depends on what he's gonna say, but um, this meeting is, I don't recognize the name of it. The, was it Minneapolis? No. Where is it? At the Economic Club of Washington. Like, I know what the FOMC can do, the CPI can do. Should we expect a big move from this? If he says, of course, if he says something, I guess. Let me look up, what's the Economic Club of Washington? What is it? Premier forum of distinguished global leaders to share their insights about major issues. Okay, yes, yeah, so this might not be a catalyst at all. That's what I was wondering. What it seems like. Because it's not like he has to speak on it. See if I can find like last year's to see. See. When's the last time Powell was there? Is that once a year? Oh yeah. Okay. This could be this could be a catalyst. Last year it was virtual. I think this is last year's, yeah. Very detailed questions. I don't know if it's gonna be like this or not, but this is it.
Zero. The size of the balance sheet is constant, and when bonds mature, you reinvest them.
Depends on
And
who's
another step, and we
asking
took
the
this
questions.
late in the day, the last cycle, was to allow bonds to start to run off. And we haven't decided whether to do that or not. We didn't then, and I don't think we now would ever actually sell bonds into the marketplace.
Okay, let me ask you a little bit
BBBY.
about the FOMC. People probably don't really know how it works.
Back to just
that
flat.
much, but how many members are there of the FOMC?
Urban one.
So all 12 Reserve Bank
Oh,
presidents and
what?
all of the sitting governors, which is currently 6, are what we call participants in the FOMC.
Why does Urban one look like the rest of the stocks have doubled? This one doesn't usually move normal. Huh. Me coming down a little bit more. Like to see a bounce on GME before I get more puts. Oh yeah, I was gonna read that. BBY is coming down here a little bit. If it falls through this support. Um, America, the buyout is coming. All right, time for a little speculation. This is by Edwin Barnes, Barn SEC. This is part of a series which I dubbed G-America. Oh, it's this one. Okay. I think this is like the fourth in it. This is part about the activist investors, specifically Carl Icahn. Today the barrier was broken. On Zero News, GME was up 12% intraday trading. This was posted 12 hours ago, so. But if you were tracking bye-bye Bobby, then you also notice that it peaked at 120% intraday, which once again validated the meme stock basket or total return swaps DD by Creand. And never can say his name. Multiple SEC filings were posted in after hours on Bobby's investor relations site, and here are the takeaways. POSAR, or amendment to Form S3, was released, which states $1 billion will be raised by selling common stock, warrants, and/or preferred stock. Form 424B5 for amended prospectus stated no market will be created to sell warrants, which means a buyer has already been selected. Is that true? I mean, I know the no market, does that technically mean no, the buyer's already been selected? Like, that's not necessarily true. That's speculation, I think, right? Strange. I know, I don't get UONE. It's turning into like a viable company or something. How many times they're taking profits and waited and took more? Wait, what? How many times have you, when you could have waited and taken more? Not as many times as I didn't take profits and then lost. Fair price. I mean, anything around here, you're wondering if it's going to come down more because you want to get it for cheaper. No one can answer that for you. But yeah, I bought in today here, so I expected it could come down more. I'm willing to deal with that. It could fill this gap. It could even come back down here into the $2 range. I don't think it will, or I would have waited to buy. I think it'll probably hold up. At least this $2.3, but I wasn't willing to wait for that. Well, that's what's nice about cash grid puts. I have flexibility. SPY's going up. So if it does come down, I can kind of keep rolling down and decrease my purchase price using options, as well as with the covered calls. But yeah, anyways, anywhere around here. I don't know. I don't know if it's going to go lower or not, but you have to make a plan before you open the position and then stick with it. Unless something fundamentally changes for why you had that plan in the first place. U.S. prosecutors asked judge to postpone SEC's proceedings against Sam Bankman until criminal case concludes. Day trading usually this boring, or does it need some crack? There's all sorts of types of day trading, but you're maybe thinking of like scalp trading, where they trade with millions of dollars and Ross Cameron type stuff, and they're already done by now. It's 11:30. They're done by like 10:30 usually, once the volume slows down. Sounds like speculate. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. The buyer, like, it's possible, but I'm not sure if that necessarily means that's true. Profits are greater than diamond hands. Fair price for a buyout. I mean, who's to say? You'd have to look deep in their financials and come to a conclusion. And then if that conclusion you came to was the same as buyer, then you've got your answer. They've got a lot of debt. They make a lot of revenue, but they're losing money, and they have debt. And they're in a space that some would argue is a dying space, just being in retail, brick and mortar. So I'll short it. Yep, it's coming down. It's getting to the lows. If it does break here, probably see some newer lows to like the 2.8. Oh, big bounce there. We'll see. That $3 might be it. That $3 that it was holding before. That was a crazy reversal right there, though. Actually, with some volume. I imagine though, if it breaks the support, it's going to have some velocity, some volatility to the downside, stop losses and profit taking, whatnot, or whatever. Maybe more stop losses than anything. Because of how much volume is being traded on this thing, it's just staying flat. People are just waiting. 99 million in that first hour. All right, SPY's moving up. All right, I'm gonna keep reading that. So yeah, that's which means a buyer's already been selected. I think that's speculation. Anyways, we'll keep reading this. Form 8K, which is another one BBY announced after hours, announced Holly Etlin as interim CFO. That's right, I forgot about that news. She's a managing partner as Alex Partners, and the firm has close ties to Carl Icahn. She is a managing partner as Alex Partners, and the firm has close ties to Carl Icahn. So some more speculation that Icahn's the buyer potentially involved. POSAR/Form S3, the deal. What is the announcement to sell warrants or preferred stock? Oh, this is the announcement. What is preferred stock? Okay, preferred stock is a different type of equity that represents ownership of a company and the right to claim income from the company's operations. BBY is moving up here. Pretty strong bounce so far off of that. Basically, they're selling the entire company of Bobby. Furthermore, there's an interesting section in Form S3 which got me jacked. Here it is on page 7. Basically, they're selling the entire company of... Not necessarily the entire company. I think that's speculation again. I think that's maybe a possibility. Entire company? News? What news? Hudson Bay? Buy's moving up here. Oh, you... Not seeing any news yet. I did hear that though. Are you listening to what, Stock Market Live? I mean, we did see a little pop there, so maybe something did come out. We'll have to wait and see. The existence of unissued and unreserved common stock or preferred stock may enable the board to issue shares to persons friendly to current management, which could render more difficult or discourage an attempt to obtain control of the company by means of a merger, tender, offer, proxy contest, or otherwise contest, and could thereby protect the continuity of the company's management and possibly deprive stockholders of opportunities to sell their shares of common stock at prices higher than prevailing market prices. I just moved his way back up. That pop did seem like that was on maybe that news or some news. Not seeing it yet. CT is the best. Yeah, I don't know what that was. He's got a Bloomberg terminal, so doesn't seem like much because it didn't cause much of a move. This is kind of an interesting section. I'm reading this DD on. Actually, it's on Superstock. Bobby's management team has already selected a buyer that is friendly to company, so no outside buyer has a chance. That's speculation based on the wording about preferred stock may enable the board to issue shares to persons friendly to current management. Could render more difficult or discourage an attempt to obtain control of the company by means of a merger tender. I could see where they draw those conclusions. Look at this though. Yeah, BBBY's news. There might be news. Starting to move up here a bit. Kind of a third bounce on that support. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything on Twitter yet from it, which is kind of interesting. No equity dilution for 90 is the new final. Yeah. Yeah, I read that too, Coffee House. To get an SC filing. I'm assuming the news or whatever we're hearing was from some sort of filing. Right? Or you wouldn't get any kind of reaction, I would imagine, if it's just, maybe it would. Oh, GME's coming back to the lows. Wow. Not feeling that SPY rip at all. Spurs, you just described every GME investor's dream for the last 2 years, 2.5 years. But yeah. This. So what do you think about that? Because that does seem like that'd be more likely that it's there's a buyer that's already selected based on that wording. It's probably kind of hard to just understand from what I'm saying, but if you read it, maybe. Form 424B5, the nail in the coffin. This is where it gets interesting. For these warrants or preferred stock, they will not be publicly listed on any markets. Once again, this means they have already selected a buyer and will work through private channels. It could mean that. I don't think it necessarily has to mean that. The buyer will need to purchase up to 900 million warrants for shares of common stock and be required to purchase preferred stock. Bobby aims to wipe out all of its debt outstanding. Sound familiar to GME 21 sneeze. And then he goes over that part that we already read. Form 8K, the turnaround the king and queen. First off is David Caston, who was recently hired into Bobby as Executive Vice President and Chief Legal Officer on December 19, 2022. His profile on LinkedIn is all about M&A, restructuring, SPACs, IPOs, and turning around companies. Also, he started his career working for the SEC, then later went private, became a specialist in mergers and acquisition, and has been quoted in Vanguard Law magazine. I've been the turnaround general counsel for companies in turnaround modes. Noteworthy is also his involvement in high-profile business dealings involving regulatory guidance for Vitamin Shop, Clever, and a leveraged buyout for Toys R Us. Clever leaves the company a leading multinational operator and licensed producer of pharmaceutical grade cannabis. Let's see. While acting as Deputy General Counsel, Assistant Secretary at Toys R Us, David helped lead the sale of the company to 2 private equity firms and a real estate investment trust in a $6.6 billion leveraged buyout. He's just going over the different people that are hired. Next, you have Holly Etten. She was the one that I think it was just moved or hired or moved up or moved positions. Oh yeah, she's the one from Alex Partners. Holly is an experienced executive with over 30 years of experience in providing turnaround services for companies in the retail, distribution, consumer products, financial services, media, and hospitality industries. Holly is a certified turnaround professional and is admitted to the American College of Bankruptcy and the International Insolvency Institute. 2007, the Turnaround Management Association recognized Holly with its Turnaround of the Year award for the successful turnaround of Winn-Dixie stores. Okay. Yeah, I saw that about not having enough shares, Don. That's kind of interesting. They may not have enough authorized stock to cover the warrants they want to sell. Prior shareholder vote. GameStop connection. Teddy wants baby. No surprise that Ryan Cohen wanted to spin off BBBY Baby in his activist letter to Bobby board last year. Multiple posts have covered what Teddy is all about, but here's a quick summary. Teddy has trademarks and filings for digital assets, NFTs, clothing, books, inflatables, etc. Teddy is a bank. Teddy is an e-commerce store. Teddy is just missing the physical component, which Baby and its physical stores would help provide. Final thoughts. I believe multiple deals will be announced soon. A leveraged buyout of Bobby via preferred stock, warrants, and common stock. Wait, isn't that what happened to some extent? This was 12 hours ago. Did he say that before it happened? A spin-off of Baby to Teddy. And then he shows the thing from PitchBook. The source for M&A deals, which is kind of like Bloomberg Terminal for traders. Yeah, it basically just speculates the connection between GME and BBY. And then a tweet from Protocol Gemini. I can just show it to you. Eyes moving up a little bit. So here's the pitch book that I saw circulating around too, that people that were hyped about. A tweet from Protocol Gemini, creator on GameStop and Bed Bath Beyond. Oh my gosh. Let me go. Let me free of this. Oh my gosh. Alright, SPY's moving up more. BY does look like it had hit a bottom and maybe had some sort of, same with GME, double bottom there. Some sort of news maybe that caused a little volatility in volume. Maybe it's not too public yet. Not sure. But it didn't move it much at all. Further wrinkles have contributed and pointed out that selling preferred stock to be sold privately will not dilute common stock, which is what is being traded on the open market, right? By going through private channels to sell preferred stock, shorts will not have access to those shares and are still required to close short position, causing boom. And they're still, I mean, they're not required to close short positions. Bobby has been on Reg Show for 23 consecutive days. There will be a forced buy-in, also causing boom boom. Calendar 35 from overshorting Bobby in December 2022 is also due on Friday, 210, to cause additional boom boom boom. Bankruptcy is completely off the table. Bobby's management is pricing in the fact that they will wipe out the debt during the squeeze. Also, someone has been buying up Bobby's debt bonds. In case you didn't know, bonds are illiquid and is Carl Icahn's signature move in a hostile takeover. And is Carl Icahn's move in a hostile takeover. He buys up all the debt bonds, then offers a leveraged buyout to take over the company. Companies that he raided in the early 80s would offer him large sums of cash, known as greenmail, to leave their company alone. We're witnessing the Icahn lift in full effect. See the gears turn, he starts to fall into it. Ah, don't take me. Don't take me. I've been in this for 2 years. Please, let me free. I don't want to go back. I don't want to go back. No, I know it doesn't mean it doesn't. There's a lot of speculation in that, but it is interesting. I mean, I think the scenarios that they highlight that he's so confident are plausible. How plausible, I don't know, but probably more plausible than me landing on Mars. No way, Nancy Pelosi ETF. She actually had some crappy trades. She had a bunch of like Roblox contracts that expire, like 300,000 worth. Let them expire, worthless, that girl. Democratic ETF, Republican ETFs, cruz. What the heck? Holding at 321 for 321 launch. Oh my gosh. Make it stop. Bring me back to my ignorance is bliss. World of CNBC announcers. Buys moving up a little bit more. Got J Powell in 1 hour. And we got some eggs. And we're going to listen to little. Oh, Carvana. Yes. I wanted to actually get a position on Carvana. My other swings have not done well today. Got worked with the market. Elbis was up like 10%. I was down 4%. Phase is down 8%. BuzzFeed's down 20%. Ugly. Close out of BuzzFeed. On it. EVTL is down. Wait, what? Oh, it's up 2%. Phase? How could you? Phase actually still looks fine. Phase. Elbis, I think I'll hold too. Yeah, I'll hold those. Yeah, there's Carvana. Short BP, short the oil. Yeah, oil's price of oil is going to come down. I don't know if those companies themselves will see exposure to it yet, but I do think oil is going to probably come down more. That's what's nice about futures. I can just short
Skyworks
oil.
appears to be holding up much better than some of those names, and I think a lot of that clearly has to do with their kind of exposure relative to their customer base out there. So they're a lot more exposed on a relative basis to Apple than kind of the Android and China ecosystem, which is getting a lot more punished than what you're seeing on the Apple side of things. So more of a better than fear type of quarter. We did boost our earnings estimates slightly. Again, we were a little bit maybe too bearish on kind of the near-term outlook for Skyworks. So hence we also upped the target price there to 120.
Right, understood. Fair value 155 over at Morningstar. Brian, you liked the optimism you heard from management, particularly about the second half of the year, and what a good year it really could be. What was your breakdown of what you heard so far?
Yeah, I would characterize the quarter as admirable as much as anything because it is a tough environment out there. The Android ecosystem, it has very poor demand in the moment in China. even at Samsung, but again, that's a smaller piece of Skyworks' business, so relatively less exposure there and able to avoid it. They do seem to have content gains at Apple, and although iPhone sales will probably be down a little bit, they're still not, you know, content is still hanging in there, so revenue's hanging in on that perspective. And then the broad market business, which they continue to grow and invest in, is holding up rather well. There was commentary that they expect to grow in 2023, which is, again, would be pretty solid given potentially the tough environment. So again, better than feared in the near term. We like this as more of a longer term play anyway, but 2023, particularly in the second half, sounds like things might improve a bit.
Yeah, and by the way, just to elaborate, Brian, I mean, you do have in your notes that you still think that Skyworks will continue to remain as a key supplier to Apple. Is that right? I mean, where is the biggest competition coming from, Brian?
Sure. So the competitors again are Qorvo, Broadcom, Qualcomm. Skyworks is a piece of it. I think there was concern, let's call it 6 to 12 months ago, that Apple might be working on its own RF chips, and I think there was some fear that Skyworks might get cut out of the loop because they have such a high percentage of revenue from Apple. But we just don't necessarily think that's the case. These chips are hard to build with different materials used in RF, different packaging, different outsourcing partners would be needed. So we think it'd be a really heavy lift. And there's many different types of chips that Skyworks sells into Apple. So we think that fear is overblown. And, the company sounded optimistic about their content in the iPhones in later 2023 as well. So, we don't think they're getting cut out of the loop next year either, or anytime soon, to be honest.
And these companies have been big beneficiaries of 5G, as you noted, Angelo, in your notes. Your thoughts on Apple, based on what you're seeing so far from Skyworks, and the bigger picture, the risk, you said, of a global story, slower growth and such.
Yeah, I mean, listen, as far as kind of the read-through from Apple on this side of things, I mean, I think one thing we can say, looking across the supply chain, is Apple's inventory position looks fairly okay, and they had, of course, had to deal with some of their own kind of supply chain issues in the December quarter. But overall, when you kind of look at the broader smartphone industry down 5 out of the last 6 years in terms of units. I mean, clearly, Skyworks, to your point, has been a huge beneficiary of kind of the move to 5G. We actually downgraded Skyworks back in, I want to say, early 2021 because the kind of the big for us, the big benefit of Skyworks was that move from 4G to 5G. And once kind of the kind of high-end market reached there, our view was there was just going to be less content growth and less of a benefit for Skyworks, while you were also going to potentially see pricing pressure and what have you as you kind of extended through the 5G cycle overall. And also had to start dealing with potential cyclical downturns like you're dealing with right now. As we kind of get through this year, I actually agree with the fact that things actually do look better as we kind of go through the second half of the year. They actually can't look much worse, especially after an atrocious fourth quarter. So you're looking at kind of an inventory correction that's going to kind of finalize and get through itself probably by Q2, and then by the second half of this year, you should start seeing some pretty good year-over-year type growth out of Skyworks.
Yeah, and you had positive view on the annual free cash flow generation. You thought that was good. That was another good point there, that Skyworks is better able to navigate the current conditions than some of its competitors. Let's go over some favorite names, whether it's right here in immediate competitors or just in tech and in general. A quick round. Brian, some favorite names people should watch?
Sure. So on my list,
Like
I would
Spies
say
maybe at the top
Skyworks
here.
is really at the top among analog and mixed signal and RF semis. I think the long-term view is still solid. We're not expecting tremendous iPhone growth over the next 5 years, and we're not expecting tremendous content gains. But we're looking at Skyworks now trading at something like 10 times earnings. So we do think there's some upside for, again, a high-quality business that generates free cash flow. Other names on my list, I would point to NXP and Infineon, both cheap names in analog semis with good exposure to automotive and
sheep
electric
names.
vehicles, things like that. And then across our broader technology team at Morningstar, I think names we like are ASML, Salesforce, ServiceNow. Software was certainly beat up in 2022, so we think there's opportunities for that large cap, high growth SaaS names.
All right, Don.
Yeah, got it. Okay, Angelo, you're up.
Yeah, so real quick on my end, I mean, on the semi side of things, I mean, I actually agree with kind of me maybe being a little bit exposed on the kind of the automotive side of things in terms of that's really where the content growth here is going to come over the next couple of years primarily. And we do like NXP on that side of things. We also like on semi. Also on the data center side of things, we also like the content growth potential there and some of the beaten down names there.
You were working for
in
Morningstar?
2022. So in terms of a rebound year, clearly you've
I
seen
smell
a
Monopoly.
nice bounce back in
What?
NVIDIA, but we still like that play here for the long term, as well as AMD. We still think there's more room on that side of things there. And then, you know,
it might, yeah, just gotta chill though.
Kind of the rest of tech out there, a name that we do continue to love is Apple for the long term. And, you know, a name like Alphabet, which kind of has gotten a lot of hate and remains probably the most attractively valued among the large cap names out there, is probably a name that we think should kind of gravitate up with some of the AI hype that we're seeing right now.
Great to see you both. I love all
Nirvana
those
moving?
picks. And of course, everybody loves to hear Apple for the
it's
long
creeping.
term. Brian Colello,
Creeping.
Angelo Zeno, thank you both very much. That's going to do it for us here on Trading 360.
Ironet up 8%, Beery 10%. Getty, top of my list, 11%. Not a whole lot of runners today on my watch list. BBBY still just consolidating. Below VWAP, above that 3070 level it opened at though this morning. It's getting a red candle here. Fed's Neil Kashkari said that the central bank has not made enough progress on inflation, is keeping his rate outlook. Got Powell in 40 minutes. 40 minutes. Weight level seems to be respected pretty well. Get some more lines drawn here on SPY. Extended hour high, 411 or so. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of yesterday's highs also. Now Powell pump the market or dump the market. So it's basically right at this 9 moving average where it's kind of grinded up on for over a month now. Drop down a couple days here, but has respected this for the most part. So possible upside from here. If it comes down, might be a long ways down. Oh, GME new lows. Hit new lows back here. Wow. Almost 12%. Again. Yep, new lows on GME 2098. Evan. What a down day on GME. Yeah, let's see. BBY. They're not tethered when there's not volatility, it seems like. SPY moving up a little bit here. US EIA raises forecast for 2023 world oil demand growth by 60,000 BPD. Netherlands, Denmark, and Germany buy 100 Leopard 1 tanks for Ukraine. Sure seems like stuff's escalating over there. Powell, he might, because it's been pretty frothy. I mean, the data was bearish and the market ripped on it, the jobs data. So you might have to put the market back in check. Excuse me. The bond market is pricing in much lower too. They've kind of diverged. So either the bonds have come way up or the SPY's come way down. So I think that the market probably will come down. Yeah, do it, Ace, do it. Just kidding. Do whatever you want. Yeah, we're still kind of in that channel, but to me this run was not sustainable. Why it had me so shook, going in and go out and like questioning myself back and forth. So if we do get like a 2 or 3 day sell off here, like that'll be good for a setup for a proper run. And that will correlate with, of course, if the SPY is also moving down pretty big the next few days. Bloomberg listing Hudson Bay as anchor investor. What? Where are you getting that from? U.S. agencies seek to tighten ethics rules on official stock trading. Hudson Bay is anchor investor. Reuters. Hudson Bay is, there's like Hudson Bay brand, like that Hudson Bay?
Aggressive in order to fight kind of price issues in an
No idea.
inflationary environment. All that being said, though, now that we have this information, we have some of the other Fed members coming out and sort of throwing cold water on this. Is
Hudson
the
Bay Capital.
expectation
Okay.
for Powell to do the same in the next 45 minutes?
I think that he's probably.
Was that
going
what
to,
came
based
out right
on
here?
everyone I talked
Oh,
to,
that's what we were
probably
hearing
going to
before,
have to
huh?
talk the market down
Spurs.
a little bit. I mean, the
Right here,
reality is we are
11:35.
closer to the end than we were, you know, more recently. We are seeing inflation come down, but they're so set on the inflation target being 2%. And so many people I talk to think maybe 3% is realistic by the end of this year, but that last 1% could be very sticky and tricky, if you will. And
Sticky and
I
tricky.
don't see the Fed going to cut if we aren't at 2%. And, you know, when it comes to the market, I think that, you know, obviously the market is expecting that cut, but also if you think about what's going to drive stocks higher from here, a lot of the strategists I speak to say, well, earnings, that's going to be the next shoe to drop, that we need to see some multiple compression, that we need to reset some of these valuations. So even the bull case for some of the people I'm talking to are mid to high single digits this year. Well, we're already there. So I say, well, then what comes next? And it's like, well, a lot of bumpiness, a lot of volatility. So yes, many say use the down days to get in, but I'm not hearing of a lot of people who think that this rally is sustainable. And, you know, it seems like the consensus among the people I'm speaking to is, yeah, we can see these gains, but we might be exactly where we are by the end of the year.
Eating food.
Caroline Woods, always appreciate you coming on. We're going to get an answer here in about 33 minutes, Caroline, so we'll all find out together. Have a great day, Caroline. Thanks for coming on.
I mean, it depends on how you draw your channel.
Now, let's bring in our special guest for today's show.
What I've
That
kind of
is
roughly
Randy
drawn here
Frederick.
is
He's the managing director of trading derivatives at Charles
so
Schwab
connection
Center
here.
for Research. Randy,
It's
welcome
point
to
here,
the
it's
show.
point here, it's point
Randy,
here. So 3
I'm going
points.
to ask you, you're closer to my age than I am
but
for
here-
Alex. Alex could, in essence, be my child.
But here, I mean, it broke through it, so it's breaking through it now. I guess the next support would be 2050, and I would say it's broken out of that channel if it hits here, but it's possible to find support here too. But I don't think it's very likely. I mean, I don't know. I'm just basing that on historical price, and I'm still not over that we're somehow in this area here, and we're going to see another double bottom. Here maybe. And I want to short here. I might just have to open up GME puts right here. Give me a bounce. No bounces. How low will Bobby go? BBBY. Yeah, it probably went lower because I bought. That's true. Because I did buy in right here, and then it went lower. So yeah. I don't know. There are gaps down here. You could scale in if you want a position. If you want exposure for a squeeze. You just scale in. It's kind of what I'm doing now. Now that I think bankruptcy in the near term is off the table. There's a gap here at 2.9, and then there's gaps down here, of course, too, which is a significant drop from where we are now, 56%. But I don't think it'll make it down there anymore. I'm thinking it'll hold. If it doesn't hold the 3, maybe this 280 that we were at before, kind of this gap fill. Super risky, although I know. I dealt with that demon back here, but I'd already kind of sold GME, the swing shares. That's when I decided to start swinging shares. But I see the upside potential in the short term on BBBY to be much greater than GME's. But I'd glad to be wrong, because if GME runs, I mean, what's it gonna run to? Like, and if it keeps going, it's gonna be the squeeze. So it's either not gonna squeeze, or it's only gonna run to 35, or maybe we get another push all the way to 50. But that seems like that would be the beginning of something bigger, because we continue to make lower highs. So 35, 40, maybe 45. So where is that from here? So bullish, most bullish case, it's 112% from here. I think more likely would be like 40 or 35, which is 90%, 35, 64%. Now BBY, you know, I mean, 120% was the highs of yesterday. So you're talking like double digits, gap fills, 200%, 250%. And it might not be at its bottom either. You might be able to get a better deal on it. But same with GME. So, but I think shorter term, it seems like BBBY probably. Look at that. GME's through the lows. Through the lows. That's crazy. Get a bounce here. Won't squeeze. Yeah, I think we're waiting. I think it's a longer term squeeze. I think we're waiting for positive EPS. I don't know of any catalyst. I mean, well, the M&A actually is a catalyst for GME, so it's possible we break out. But GME is just not at the prices that BBBY is, market cap wise, share price wise. I mean, BBY is more like these prices, the single digits, and I don't think it's going to do this. But as far as upside potential, GME is already pretty high. You know, it still has a 6.4 billion market cap. And this is the last quarter is the first time they've turned a free cash flow positive. Go for your cover calls. Yep. Yeah, mine too. GME earnings, yeah, you're probably gonna wait at least a month for that. But yeah, I already did my part. 5 when most people get off work. Come on, after hours? Estimate for the weekly. I mean, they're producing on their earnings have been getting better. So it's not like that. It's the stock price has nothing to do with the company, unfortunately. Yeah, we could get an afternoon run. 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. It's definitely possible. We do have JPOW in 30 minutes. So that will probably create some volatility. I don't know if Bed Bath will feel it or not, but look at this. Look at this theta farm. This is a beautiful crop. Just farming. All that theta, all that IV is just getting slowly crushed and burned into the soil. My cover calls they're only up 8% though. So for cover calls, it would have to. It'll go somewhat slow if it doesn't come down, but we'll have to wait like a day or two, and then if it stays pretty flat, it'll start to come down. IV. Buckle up, buckaroos. Nice coming up here a bit. General Motors is doing great. Oh, there's a bounce on GME. Okay, okay. I mean, BY could come up still before end of week if you have weeklies. But if you're IV, if you're still profitable on it, you should have to consider if the time decay is going to outpace the stock. And that's the thing with implied volatility. Wow, it's come down quite a bit though. Oh, never mind. There we go. Still come down quite a bit. Implied volatility this high still. You know, the stock really has to move quickly to outpace this IV crash. So, you know, if you're deep in the money, it's not going to be as bad. But if you're at the money or out of the money, it's you're fighting an uphill battle for sure.
Open tomorrow morning is Uber Technologies. George, this is a company that is boasting a nice run in the stock, maybe some improving numbers in terms of cash flow. Still not profitable yet, George.
That's right. This is an interesting one. I mean, if you look at Uber in the last year, it's actually outperformed the S&P. And you're right, Kevin, on an adjusted basis, it's still not profitable. But incrementally, things are improving. I think this is interesting because if you look, like I said, in the last year, outperformed the S&P, but even on a year-to-date basis, it's up about 35%. And I will mention
the baby profit. Nice.
Talk about the earnings is if you look at the
all shares.
Share percent,
yeah, shares are
much safer. It's only about 1%. So it looks to me like there's people that are not willing to get in front of Uber. Now, if you look at the earnings per share expected, they are expected a loss on an adjusted basis of 21 cents. Last quarter, it was a loss of 61 cents. But if you look at last year, 44 cents in an adjusted profit. So the volatility in the profitability and the earnings per share is quite exceptional. But at the same time, they're still growing their revenue base considerably, expecting 47%
Compassion
increase in
Bank's
sales.
huge.
at
can't
$8.5 billion
complain.
compared to $5.78 billion for the same
Yeah.
quarter last year.
Yeah, that's
You're
all
right,
hindsight.
on an adjusted
So
basis, they're not profitable. But one of the interesting things
that's why
about
you just
this
scale out
is
and be happy,
if you
scale and
look
be
on a
happy. Like
forward basis, they're expecting
trying to time the tops and bottoms,
between
and you're
this
going to lose
quarter
your money
they're
quick.
going to report and the next 3 quarters for the full fiscal year of 2023, their adjusted losses is about 23 cents. So they're actually near break even when it comes down to adjusted profitability for the business. Considering last year, excluding the quarter they're going to report, they lost about $4.90. And lastly, I will say this. You mentioned free cash flow. One of the things I noticed when I looked at the annual income statement, they actually have this last year, at least in the last 4 quarters, operating margin or operating cash flow was higher at around $780 million. That's very positive because operating cash flow sort of bleeds into free cash flow, and that, of course, manifests into closer, in this case, to adjusted profitability. Whereas last year, if you compare that $780 million in operating cash, they lost $1.2 billion in the previous year. So internally, the financials are improving for Uber, and I think their mobility segment, their delivery segment is also improving. The other thing is the transportation logistics business. That's another interesting element to Uber Technologies. So it'll be interesting to see
SPY's
what
coming
happens.
down here.
The internals look a lot better.
I wanted the short. I just didn't
Price
have margin
action
for
looks
it.
pretty good, but again,
I'm trying to
anything
get
can happen
puts.
considering the fact that this stock is sort of threading the needle still from a profitability standpoint.
Yeah, George, great month of December is what they're talking about. Obviously, mobility is getting stronger as people go back to work and leave the house,
Right.
but that's hurting deliveries, right? So the double-edged sword is while people are going back to work and using mobility, they're not getting food delivered as much, George.
That's correct, and that's important because if they show growth relative in mobility compared to delivery, that's going to be a good thing, because if you consider the revenue breakdown, mobility is still over 73% of total sales, and so the delivery component of their
starting to
business
get ready
is
for
less than
Powell.
1/4 of their business altogether. So again, the improving conditions from a mobility standpoint will certainly manifest into better operating metrics for the company. But we'll see what happens on earnings, because again, very close to break even. So a lot of times we talk about this quite often in many segments, when companies are near that break even level and things incrementally improve, you can actually see quite an adjustment in price.
Yeah, have
stock,
margin
but
back.
that's the same thing.
No more liquidating me.
If they actually miss and lose more than expected, we could see, of course, an adjustment to the downside as well.
George Tillis, thanks for coming on. As always, good to see you.
So we
Thanks
might
for
watch
coming on.
Stock Market Live.
Have a great day.
He has good commentary
All
on
right, let's bring
economics
back Randy
and Powell.
Frederick now to talk about Uber. Randy, this
For the
is an
Powell.
interesting story, right? The Uber story, because they keep it feels like they're on a path, but they never get to profitability. And when one thing gets stronger, another part of the business gets weaker. What would
I saw something
Randy
about that.
Frederick do?
The
If they
Seinfeld
made
episodes.
You CEO of Uber, how would you get this company to profitability? And there's the answer. There's the question that can't be answered.
You're right, and I'm not going to as a result. But,
Yes.
but let's take Uber just as an example of kind of one of the types of
Got it,
companies that I
650.
was talking about earlier, right? So these guys came about as a new company during this
That was
decade
pretty late.
of virtually free money. They had mountains and mountains of
It's okay.
venture capital.
It's
to
not going
burn
bankrupt.
through.
You might just have to
They
hold a
put
while
lot
before you
of
get
cab
out.
drivers out of work.
Or you might get out this
They
week.
didn't really have to even worry about being profitable for a long time. But now all of a sudden, they've had to explore new lines of business, as you were talking about the food delivery. They've had to work a little smarter. They've had to work a little leaner. They've got to get their business model to a point, because capital isn't free any longer, to where they actually make money. I mean, the only reason that anyone ever invests in any company,
Yeah, the news that came out
that's
today
new,
is
that doesn't have profits, is because you're hoping that someday down the road they actually will have profits, and they'll share those with
basically
you either in price appreciation,
saying that they're not going
or
to go bankrupt in the
dividends
short
or
term.
something like that. So Uber is one of those companies
And
that's been around
probably
long enough to where they are
The
at
long
that
term.
point.
So this is the first
Now,
step.
whether or not they reach profitability
bankruptcy
or not, I
is
don't
off
know.
the table,
From
your
what George just said, it sounds to
investment's
me
probably
like
pretty
they're
safe.
right
It
on
might go
that
down in
cusp.
value.
But the important factor is, as
But
George was
don't
talking
quote a
about, I mean,
zero.
this is a company that absolutely got clobbered last year when the industrial sector, which they're part of, only loses 7%, but your stock is down 42%. That's not a
And
very good
bankruptcy
sign.
being
On
off the
other hand,
table,
we've seen
I mean, this is
a reversal
this
this
is
year.
still
The
this
industrial
is
sector
a
has
pretty
done
good
a little
value here.
better. It's up about 5% year to date. and now Uber is now up 35-36% year to date. So
Average
there's
down.
clearly a lot of optimism.
There's no way I can answer that for you.
That at least they're either at that point of making profit, or they may
still
even
like to
break
play,
over
have
that
conviction.
line. I don't know the answer whether they will or whether they won't.
Then yeah, you could. I would wait though before you start averaging down.
Once again, we're just
patient
putting
with the
together an
average down.
example of what someone might consider. All of the factors that we just talked about. Let's
this is
say
the first
that
day
you
after
believe
that
maybe this
that
is it. Either
crazy
they're
move.
going to break even, or they might be
we could have
going
this
to
for
a slight
weeks.
profitability. There's no dividend being paid, obviously, so owning the underlying isn't as appealing as it might be for another equity that pays a dividend stream. And we know that we've got earnings coming out tomorrow. So let's put together a trade that's relatively short term, that is risk defined, as most of the trades we do on this show are. And here's the thing, when you look at something as simple as a vertical spread, which we're going to talk about, there's two ways you can do this if you have a slight bullish bias. You can do a vertical call spread where you buy the call and sell the call for a net cost and hope to get more later. Or you
if
can do
BBY
a
starts to
vertical
rally
spread where
today
you buy a put
and you
sell
wanted to
put
put
and
more
get paid
capital
up
in,
front, and
then you
just
could
so
average
everything
down.
disappears and you
You know
get
what
to
I mean?
keep that. I chose
But
the latter as an example.
You either wait
in
for
this
a cheap
particular
price or
case.
wait for
So with
confirmation of a
earnings coming
move
out
starting to
tomorrow,
happen.
We've got weekly options,
So,
of course, that expire at the end of
set
this week.
price
That's
targets,
February 10th. And we're looking to make a little bit of money on a potential pop on earnings here. So if we sold
But even if it starts to go, you'll still be averaging down.
$32 put,
If it's
and we
at
buy the
$3.8 or
we buy
$4,
the $32
still a big
put and we
average down.
sell the $37 put. Obviously, the
Jumping
$37
Nasdaq
put
possibly
allows
pump
you to
BBY?
sell it to someone else for $5 more, so
I don't
it's
know.
worth more.
I don't see
so
why.
You bring in a credit. When I looked at this earlier today, about an
BBY
hour
is kind
ago,
of
the net credit
it's
was
gone
about
just
$3.
without
This
any
is
of the
just a
indexes
$5 spread, so
on
we're
its
going to
own.
get paid
So
$3 up front. And then we're just going to sit tight.
I don't know if
until
it's
the end of
necessarily
the
been
week.
inversing
And
though.
hopefully,
We haven't really
if the
seen
stock
that yet.
pops on earnings, it's above 37
I
by the
don't
end of
think
the
I
week.
have.
All those options expire worthless, and I get to keep my $3. If I'm wrong, if the market punishes this company because they're short, or even if they aren't, and this thing drops off a cliff, if it goes down, you've got a max loss down below 32, where you're going to be able to put it to somebody at 32, but they're going to put it back to you at 37. You're going to get hit for $5. When you do the call spread.
Alex, this is a put vertical that we talk about a lot on this show, but it's
Why does it move so slow?
44
I
delta
don't know. Consolidating?
vertical. So it's an in the money call with an out of the money call.
Not enough buyers to push it up, not enough sellers to push it down.
The differences here are significant, right? This has margin.
Thanks,
where
Thomas.
the long call vertical would just
Yeah,
be
we're all
whatever
trying to learn.
the debit would be your risk. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I think it kind of comes down to 6 of one, half dozen of the other if the strikes are identical. I mean, the market for the most part is priced.
Zoom announces 15%
efficiently
cut in
that
global
sense.
workforce.
I oftentimes will opt for the
CEO's
strategy
reducing
that
his
sets the
salary
option selling
by
to be out of the money,
98%,
since as the
and
holder
foregoing
of
my
that position, I'd be it would be out of my control.
FY23
in the
corporate
the
bonus?
assignment process, I'd be at the effect of the
Wow.
option holder.
CEO's taking a
effectively.
98% pay cut.
And so, in that sense, though, I don't think it's a huge.
He must be
deal
getting
in
way
this
overpaid.
particular
Yeah,
case
Zim's moving
because
up on
as
that.
Randy highlighted, we're talking about an earnings-related trade.
Right.
It's highly likely that this stock will, move substantially as a result of earnings.
I still wouldn't buy it.
And these kind of trades become a lot more binary in that sense. It's either going to be, near 37 likely, or entirely in the money and down in the 30 level based off what the market maker move is telling us, which is about a 10% move right now, Kev. So certainly it's possible that it could do nothing and be kind of a non-event, but typically earnings events drive volatility. We'll see movement, and then we'll be left with the decision. But most importantly, I think critically here, Kev, this is a risk-defined trade. And so the worst case scenario is defined. If these are entirely in the money, assignment and exercise, they offset each other. $200 is the risk.
Long call vertical, short put vertical. You can judge the risk really by the delta on this trade. That'll show you the directional risk on this trade. But Randy Frederick, great idea here. Thank you for coming on as always. Have a great day.
Welcome.
We'll see you soon, Randy.
You too, guys. Take care.
All right. Now we'll take our next break. come back in 2 minutes with Like Folio, Landon Swan coming to talk about.
Stop looking at me, Schwan. Yeah, no, it doesn't sound crazy if you still believe in the play. If the reason why you bought in up here hasn't changed, then yeah, you could average into it. SPY's kind of bounced a little bit on that 409 line we have there. What's that even from? Is that pre-market? Oh, that's just from earlier today. Powell is in 8 minutes. Yeah, Zoom is going up from that news. They're cutting workforce, and CEO's taking a 98% pay cut. So this GME chart looks pretty bearish to me, but so did it here also with the bear flag and then rallied. But I think a lot of this move was, I don't know. Yesterday, the second half of the move I think was definitely from BBBY, but the last like 6-7 days, very interesting. Just like risk on rally. GME is now fixed. It doesn't have its own, just goes with other risk on assets. Watch it rise and jumped in late. Yeah, and it, you know, it does hurt to chase, but sometimes you get lucky when you chase. You just have to know you're getting lucky, so you'll actually sell for profit. But usually I'd say you don't get lucky when you chase. The rule is you get burned. And in this case, you got burned because they announced their offering or whatever. But even so, if they didn't, this thing probably still would have very likely could have come down, but maybe would have bounced up sooner, but probably not. I mean, yesterday went up 120%, so I'm not gonna have 2 of those days in a row. Might come down a little bit more. Maybe fine, I'm waiting until Powell. Maybe we'll get a spike and I'll short the spike. Maybe a gap fill. Jimmy bullish? What's up, Mark? Say what's Powell? 6 minutes. Jimmy's about to hit a new low. No, I don't say Jimmy up. It looks like another bear flag, but this thing's been all over the place and throwing all sorts of mixed signals for quite some time now. Today might be the actual, yesterday might have been the actual top on it for now. A little bit below that channel that I have there drawn. So 2050 I'd say is the next support. Didn't imagine it come down this much today though. I mean, I saw this maybe coming, but I thought we would probably hold up higher. I didn't think we'd make new lows. I don't know. I mean, it's already a big day. 12.5% on GME to the downside. It's almost like we were just hitting a peak on one of our pinches. Maybe we are right here. Sure thing, Drift. 5 minutes. That's where restraint comes into play. Yeah. DJ, Bed Bath & Beyond gets a lifeline. Who's DJ? Video puts mid-March. Expecting a bearish Powell. He just hoping in lies. Feed me. BBBY testing the support down here again. Last time it tested, it had that volume and a spike to the upside, but possible that was on some news spreading around. I like GNS. I don't know. Let's see where it's at. SPY's bouncing off of that level again. Down 11%. I mean, this thing really hasn't had a real cool off since it started its rally from 30 cents. So the way it's held up has been very impressive. And you see it's made a moves up, consolidated, move up, consolidated. There's move up, now it's consolidating. I guess you'd like it to kind of hold some level up here. I think it could maybe make a new high. It's probably not too good that it came down here. Looking at this as the low. Got some divergences there on the hourly, but I don't like them on the hourly as far as reliability. 79.20. There's another divergence that's on the 4 hour. Well, I guess that is a divergence also on the daily, so it's hard with these. I mean, they're so volatile and squeezy. Any announcement could change it, but TA wise, it does look like it's maybe nearing a top. Because you have this RSI that's come down from 96 to 83 from here to here, but then your highs have actually gone up, so that's a divergence. There's a bearish signal. So maybe start filling some gaps to the downside. Oh. Reversal downtrend. Here, Julian. Dow Jones. Dow Jones. Ooh. Dow Jones. Yeah. Seems like BBY has staved off bankruptcy. So now we'll just see what price those warrants are at, if there is some investor, and there's definitely some catalyst that can, I think, move the thing a lot to the upside. Maybe some to the downside, but nothing that I see coming. Whoa, 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 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute. All right, we're gonna listen to Stock Market Live. If there's too much commentary, I'll just turn it off and we'll just listen to Powell. But he's supposed to come on here. Let's see.
What's his name? Eric Wan.
So he's not on yet. It's just like a meeting of big room of people that are eating. Convention, at the Washington Convention Club. Don't be late, pal. Don't make the market wait. It's 12:40. So we should see some volatility. I imagine GME will probably move more with this than BBBY. GME starting to move up a little bit here. Pretty big volume on this drop today, actually. Wow, 3.1 million in the first hour. Wow, big volume. Or not big, but on track for maybe like yesterday's volume. Think any news on BY today? Maybe after hours. Might be kind of soon though. All right, so if you guys want to support him, this is Stock Market Live. Like I said, we'll listen to Powell on here, hear some of his commentary, and then
Powell's salary is $250,000 a year.
he knows so much crazy stuff about Powell.
On the low.
Ask Elon to send a BBY tweet again. Did he send a BBY tweet, or was that just GME? Oh look, SPY's. You're already starting to see SPY move from it. Nothing's even happening. Just sat down.
I don't know if this is
that announcement of the naked shorts again, GNS. Awesome pop.
But I could start. Elon Musk, his awarded pay is 10.
Who had an announcement?
Robert.
GNS had another announcement.
Awarded pay 2.3 $3 billion. Tim Cook awarded pay $853 million. Peter Rawlinson,
Hudson Bay Capital
$575. Oh, it's
Anchor
gone?
BBY
Oh,
short
is it?
share sale.
Yep, it is. Damn,
Huh.
that's going crazy.
Something different.
Whoa, see a big pop there?
Thank you for that question, and thank you.
Look at Jimmy move.
Thank you for inviting me here today. It's great to be here. So we don't get to play it that way, unfortunately. We have to, but I'll take it this way.
All right, I might go short.
The message we were sending at the FOMC meeting last Wednesday was really that the disinflationary process, the process of getting
wait,
inflation
but
down,
getting ready.
it's begun in the goods sector, which is about a quarter of our economy. But it has a long way to go. These are the very early
Watch
stages
out for that pop.
of disinflation. So the services sector, really, except for housing services, pardon me, is not really showing any disinflation yet. So our message really was this process is likely to take quite a bit of time.
So that, if I shorted that there, that's like
we don't think
almost like
smooth,
$1,000
it's
and
probably going to be bumpy. And so we think that we're going to need to do further rate increases, as we said, and we think that we'll need to hold policy at a restrictive level for a period of time. Then comes the labor market report for January, and it's very strong. It's certainly stronger than anyone I know expected. And so, but I would say we didn't expect it to be this strong. But I would say it kind of shows you why we think that this will be a process that takes a significant.
Should have been decisive, man. That would have been a great short.
Labor market's extraordinarily strong, and by the way, it's good.
What'd I say? Fill the gap. Let's see if it filled it.
Started to come down without it. That has not happened at the cost of a strong labor market. So, and of course, since then, financial conditions have tightened significantly.
heck?
Since then.
Yeah, the headlines are coming in
So let
already.
me
It's the
ask
same
it
thing
another
you've
way.
already heard.
Look at that wick broken.
So,
By the way, when the numbers coming out, the jobs numbers, 519,000 jobs, does anybody call you up in the government and give you a little heads up this is going to happen, or they never do that?
So on some data, sometimes we get data just the night before, and it's only me, and but not on all pieces of data. It's a very small amount of data, and we get it just the night before. For example, if we were going to get a big piece of data in the middle of an FOMC meeting, as often happens on the day of an FOMC meeting, it will help me to know it the night before.
Okay, so the markets, after your speech last week, the markets assumed that therefore there
This
would
is a
probably
good
be another
question. Get ready
25
for this
basis
one.
point increase in your next FOMC meeting.
Oh, wait, no, I thought he was going to ask about
Was
conditions.
that a bad assumption by the markets?
So what we
What
said
are they
at
having
the meeting
for
was
drinks? Tequila? What's
was
cracking
that,
up?
We believe that we anticipate, is what we said, that ongoing rate increases will be appropriate. And the reason is we're trying to achieve a stance of policy that is sufficiently restrictive to bring inflation down to 2% over time. And we don't think we've achieved that yet. So we said that, and now you see the labor market report, and I think, again, financial conditions are more well aligned with that than they were before.
So the assumption when you made your speech was that probably
That's bullish, I
He
think.
didn't answer
Fed might even
25 or
consider,
50. He could have been hawkish there. He wasn't.
decreasing rates by the end of this year, and the markets no longer assume that. You think the markets are wrong?
Well, so let me say, these are
What the heck?
all of these numbers that we're throwing around here are conditional on incoming data and what happens. So we never say this is what we think will happen. We make a tentative forecast and then we let the data come in. For example, if the data were to continue to come in stronger than we expect, and we were to conclude that we needed to raise rates more than is priced into the markets, or than we wrote down at our last group of forecasts in December, then we would certainly
Might be bouncing off that level.
raise rates more.
Okay, so today, for people who aren't familiar with the FOMC, who is
That was
actually
hawkish,
is
but
on
it
the
didn't sound
FOMC?
hawkish.
So the U.S. Central Bank consists of a board of governors here in Washington. There are 7 governors. Those governors are nominated by the president and confirmed by the Senate, and we serve terms that are not synced up with the election cycle. So we're independent. There are also 12 reserve banks around the country which have a degree of independence, and so each reserve bank is led by a president who works there full time. All 12 of them sit on the FOMC. So that's 19 people sit on the FOMC. So it's quite a large committee, of which 12
I did 100
vote
Amazon,
at any given year.
158.
The Reserve Bank presidents vote on a rotating basis, except New York, which votes every year.
So when you vote,
Don't
do
trade
you
it,
vote
not
at
a
the beginning of an
recommendation.
FOMC meeting and then just kind of have discussions afterwards, or do you wait to the very end and then you vote?
No, we vote at the end. I mean, the FOMC meeting process takes, more than a full week. I'm talking to all of the participants, all 18 other ones, and staff has sent around memos, and there's something called the Teal Book, which is the staff's assessment of the, of the
GNS?
economy and international economy and monetary policy and all that.
Kind of went over it. It's got a
extensive
divergence here
discussion
on the daily, so
on the
it might have
morning
more
of the first day
downs.
about the economy. Everybody talks about that.
The
On
RSI
second day,
divergence.
we talk about monetary policy, and then we vote on monetary policy at around noon on the second day.
So does the chairman of the Federal Reserve Board speak first and
You
say,
thought
here's what
BBBY
I think,
was volatile.
or does he wait until the end and say,
The
well,
SPY.
thanks for what you think, but let me tell you what I think?
There's Jimmy's pop
What do
from
you
it.
do,
So
first or last?
different chairs have done it different ways, and so I've tended to do
Again,
what
his
my immediate predecessor
He
did.
doesn't sound as easy on
Well,
the
this is what I
markets,
do.
but he's
I speak
definitely he's not
last
hammering
on
home
the
hawkish.
sort of the economic
He
go
said
around.
hawkish
so everyone
stuff,
else
but it's
talks
not. He's
about
not hammering it home.
what they think about the economy and in their district, for example, if they're a Reserve Bank president. And I listen to all that, and then I give my comments at the end, and I kind of sum up what people have said. And then I speak first on monetary policy.
Okay, so you've said your inflation rate target is 2%, but why 2% and not 3%? 3%, could be tolerable, really. I mean, for most of organized history, 3% is considered okay. Why do you want 2%?
So 2% is the global standard, and that is our objective, 2% as measured by the PCE index. And that's not something we're looking at changing. That isn't going to change.
That's not going to change.
Not going to change, no.
But,
Fair.
okay, so you need to get to
doesn't
2%,
care.
and your goal to get there is by what period of time?
Gap's been
would you like to
filled.
get there?
Well, we say that we're using our tools to get there over time. If you look at our forecasts, we expect 2023 to be a year of significant declines in inflation, and it's actually our job to make sure that that's the case. But I would tell you that, with inflation, headline PCE inflation is running about 5%. This is on a 12-month basis. Core
Zoom
is
is
running
hitting
at
another one.
4.4.
Uber too.
My guess is it will take
Again,
certainly
Enphase
into
pre-earnings is
not
hitting
just
as well.
this year, but next year to get down close to 2%.
Okay, so 2% is firm. You're not going to get off that.
Yes.
Okay.
We're not.
So the theory of raising interest
Why does the market
rates
react more to that?
is that it will decrease economic activity and increase unemployment. But you've been increasing interest rates for a while, and unemployment is now at a record low.
This is Goldilocks
what's wrong with
question.
the theory? Why is unemployment not going higher?
Well, the labor market is strong because the economy is strong. And as I mentioned, it's a good thing that we've been able to see the beginnings of disinflation without seeing the labor market weaken.
Yeah, this is what I was saying.
It's just
BBY is
that,
not going to get affected probably by this, but
there's a lot
GME
of
will.
demand for workers. In fact, if you look at the supply of workers versus demand for workers,
Supply is squeezing here, almost 1%
for
up.
U.S. workers is now more than 5 million.
I guess the long
greater
here would have been the
than
play.
the available supply, and the available supply consists of people who are either working or actively looking for a job. So this was not the case before the pandemic. The pandemic really had left a lasting mark so far on labor supply in the United States. The labor force participation rate came down, and there now is a shortage of workers, and it almost feels more structural than cyclical. So that's a significant issue.
This is
You've
giving us a big
resisted, I
bounce
think,
off that
saying
9 moving
what
average.
unemployment rate would be acceptable to you, I think. But
Was
is there an
back up here,
unemployment rate that you think
430.
would
All right, I sold out of
moderate
the
inflation
Zoom
such that you would
425.
tolerate
300
unemployment
bucks.
at
That's like $6 a share.
4%, 5%, 6%?
I guess I think about it this way. We have two goals.
First red candle we've seen.
Maximum employment and price stability. Price stability, as we've agreed, is 2% inflation. Maximum employment means if you want a job, you can get one. So right now, the labor market is at least at maximum employment. Many would say that it is out of balance with more demand than there is supply. So what we're trying to do is get inflation down. We're not targeting a different unemployment rate. We're trying to use our tools to get inflation to come down over time.
In hindsight, would you say that when COVID hit the economy and we injected $5 trillion of fiscal policy into the economy, and the Fed did quantitative easing and other related things, kept interest rates very low, would you say in hindsight that was a mistake or was the right policy at the time?
Oil's
I think
rallying.
you have to go back to the decisions that were made in real time, and it was something nobody had ever seen. The global economy came to a virtual standstill. People were talking about depression. People were talking, and we didn't think we had no idea when we would get vaccines that worked. So Congress took very strong measures, and we took very strong measures. And you see where the economy is. You've got a very, very strong labor market, but you have high inflation. As I mentioned, we're at the beginning of getting that down. If you look around the world, though, at other countries, they're also experiencing high inflation, including countries that didn't do the.
I'm trying to be quiet so we can hear Powell.
Monetary standpoint. So that tells you, though, that a big part of this inflation is actually related to the pandemic itself, the shutdown and then the reopening. That's a big part of it.
Now, the quantitative easing program has increased the balance sheet, I guess, of the Fed. And what is your balance sheet now?
I think it's $8.4 trillion.
Jeez.
You must sound like you know. 8.4 trillion.
That was yesterday's number.
Okay, all right, 8.4 trillion.
Jeez.
What would you like it to get down to over the next year or two? Is there some lower number?
I love how the market rips
we are
on
in
that.
the process of shrinking the balance sheet actively, actually passively, I should say. So what happens is as Treasury securities on our balance sheet mature up to a cap, a monthly cap, the balance sheet shrinks in that amount. Same thing with mortgage-backed securities as they are.
You're getting another pop. You're above the other day's level now.
The balance sheet is shrinking.
41,
in
41.
terms of the target level of it, we haven't put a specific dollar number on it. The idea is we're in a regime of ample reserves. Reserves are basically
41.55 is the next
banks.
level.
And when we get
and
close
then
to
41,
that level,
like
we feel
81.
that reserves are ample.
Again, he's not.
Kind of where we
his
were
attitude
before the
isn't.
pandemic.
It's not
And
bearish
we'll
at all.
slow down and we'll sort of test where we are. And
Even
but
talking
it'll be a
about
couple of
balance
years,
sheet
we think,
reduction.
till we get to that level.
The Fed does not sell securities. They waits for them to mature, and then you just cash them in, right? You're not in the market selling securities that are not yet
And then
mature.
the bonds are going up, which
That
is
is
ironic.
correct. It's also correct, though, that we've said we would consider sales.
There's a
of mortgage-backed
divergence there.
securities, But I will tell you that's not something.
I didn't know I could
that's
draw on the RSI. This
on
is
the
new.
list of active things being actively considered.
So there's some people that are worried about the federal debt limit.
That's bearish.
We might not be able to extend it on time. We have $31.4 trillion of debt. Are you a little worried about the debt limit not getting extended?
So the debt limit is really something for the fiscal authorities to deal with. The Fed, our only role in this is that we're the fiscal agent of the Treasury Department. We're not a policymaker on that. And I will just say this. This really can only end one way, and that is with Congress raising the debt ceiling in a timely fashion so that the U.S. can pay all of its bills when and as due. That's what has to happen. And if that doesn't happen, no one should think that the Fed has the ability to shield the financial markets or the
Meta's
economy
breaking out too
from
now.
the consequences of moving too slow.
So you don't have any program in place ready to go if, in fact, the debt limit isn't passed in time?
This is something that Congress has to deal with.
And the so-called $1 trillion gold coin solution is not one you're in favor of, I guess.
As I said, this ends in only one way,
okay.
And that way is Congress voting to raise the debt ceiling so that the U.S. can
So, I mean, he's kind of he's giving some bias saying that that's the only way it ends. Not the only way it ends.
Do you consult regularly with the Treasury Secretary or the head of the National Economic Council or the President of the United States? How do you kind of relate to the administration?
For a long, long time, 60 or 70 years, I think there's been a weekly breakfast or lunch with the Treasury Secretary and the Fed chair, and that's what I've had with Treasury Secretaries that I've had as Fed chair. I've also had regular, or call it irregular lunches with the head of the NEC. We also have regularly scheduled lunches with the Council of Economic Advisors, and that's really the institutional structure of our contacts with the administration.
I don't know when the deadline is actually.
The way the Fed works today, if you could reconstruct the operations of the Fed, would you change the legislation anyway? Would you think the Fed operates in a way that's as efficient as you can realistically operate?
We're not looking for any changes to the Federal Reserve Act. I mean, I think it does work. The structure that I discussed earlier, where you've got the 12 Reserve Bank presidents coming in, what that assures,
wow, that long would have been crazy.
Really, it institutionalizes diversity of thought. So we get different people coming in who've got different backgrounds, different careers, and they think different ways, and I think that's enormously beneficial to our decision-making process.
So there has been discussion recently about the Fed, some Fed members, Fed board presidents, selling their securities and maybe not doing everything they were supposed to do in terms of disclosing it. What have you done to fix that process?
We put a new system and a new set of rules in place, which I think are
Disney came back
best in class for a public institution
earnings.
like the Fed. And the innovations were that if someone wants to sell something that they own or buy something, they have to clear that in advance with staff at the Board of Governors, and then you've got to wait 45 days for that to execute. Also, you can't own individual stocks, And you can only do these, you can only authorize these transactions or execute them during specific times.
There's an ETF for everything, so that doesn't really matter.
Of course, all of these are disclosed. If your idea is to go to trade things, buy and sell them because you think you think this stock is cheap and that kind of thing, that's just not something that will work.
And 41.55, that was the key level. Next level's like 40.80.
It's around $190,000.
41.78.
Okay, so you live on the $190,000. If you need to sell something, what do? You have to clear it for 45 days, or?
That's right. If we have family expenses that if we have them that exceed my salary, then we have to sell an asset.
You think that's a fair salary for the job, or?
I do. Yes.
You do. Okay. So today,
what the heck?
How do you coordinate with central banks, let's say in England or Japan or China? Do you have regular conversations with them about what they're doing?
We do, and I meet six times a year.
These are great questions, but it's bullish so far.
Heads of all the
Powell,
many central banks.
He's not dovish. We'll see if he changes anything, but it's reverse Jackson Hole now.
He's not
it's
dovish.
Definitely reverse
In addition,
Jackson Hole.
among the major central
He's
banks,
dovish.
I have regular dialogues going with most of them, and so what we're talking though about is really what's happening in the economy and how are you thinking about policy and that kind of thing. It's very important that we keep those discussions going because particularly in a crisis, you're going to need to know each other and you're going to be able to trust each other.
And do you think the U.S. economy is pretty much in control of its own inflation rate, or are there events outside the United States like what China is doing or the Ukraine war that are affecting inflation and make you nervous about where inflation might be going?
We have the tools, the Fed has the tools to achieve our 2% goal over time. But inflation in the United States is, of course, very closely related to things that happen here, including the balance between supply and demand. It's also affected by, for example, commodity prices that are really set on the global markets. Oil and many agricultural commodities are priced globally. So there are certainly, it's an integrated global economy and global markets, and we are part of that.
So you get data from all the various government agencies, but do you ever use anecdotal things like you go to the supermarket and you say prices are high and you say this price is high, or how do you ever get anecdotal things, or people ever call you up or friends and say, by the way, you should do this or that? Do you ever get that kind of information, or do you only get it from the government reports?
I mostly get data, but I will say I do believe that anecdotal information is very useful.
Damn, yen is recovering.
One of the things the Reserve banks are
non-farms.
great at is all 12 of them have big operations where they talk to businesses and nonprofits, universities, every sector of the country and the economy, and they bring that back to the FOMC meetings and they talk about what they're seeing, because
So that's
often,
your first couple of reds there.
Staring at data is great, but you need to have a story, and I think hearing the stories that people tell, it does help me to sort of assess what's going on out there.
So as the chairman of the Federal Reserve is obviously an important job. How do you reduce the stress level you have? I mean, you can't be watching economic numbers all the time, so what do you do to relieve the stress other than interviews like this?
The usual things. I read pretty light fiction, detective and spy fiction. I exercise as much as I can. As you know, I like to ride my bike. I play the guitar, play music.
Wait a second, is that safe, riding a bike? Dangerous? And
It's safe. It's safe if you stay on the bike. And
okay. You're good at that.
That's what I try to do.
And you still play the guitar, or you're still?
I do, yeah.
Your hair is awfully short for playing the guitar. You have longer hair? Was your hair longer when you were younger?
And grayer. It's too gray, too. So.
Okay. So let me ask you about the issue of what it's like to be chairman of the Fed. You can't go have regular friendship kind of dinners or meetings, can you? People treat you much differently, I assume, than they used to, right? When you go to a restaurant, are people listening to what you're saying or something like that?
They're asking him questions about his personal life.
I have always thought that my jokes were
bullish
funny,
for now.
But,
unless he hits a curveball in, but
yes,
it's the same attitude.
I've never been a public figure before like this, and it's very different. But it's a great honor to serve. But yeah, when you go in public places, you have to be very careful about.
And does the President of the United States ever call you with any advice, or you don't really? Did President Trump ever call you, or President Biden ever call you, or?
Well, I think it's a matter of public record that President Trump did used to call me from time to time.
Okay. What did he call you?
What did he call you?
No, I haven't had that kind of. I haven't gotten any calls from President Biden.
Okay, so the biggest challenge you have now is being able to keep a straight face, not telling people what you're going to do in the future, and look at the data and then come up with the right solution, right? That's mostly it.
I think the biggest challenge we face at the Fed is completing the process of getting inflation down to 2%. And what I want to point out is that we're seeing disinflation in the goods sector.
Okay, this is a good question.
We expect to see it in the housing services sector, and that's
Might take a short up here.
of the core PCE inflation index that we look at. There's 56% of the economy, which is the rest of the services sector. It's the biggest part, obviously, and we're not seeing disinflation there yet, and that's going to take some time. And we need to be patient, and we think we're going to need to keep rates at a restrictive level for a period of time before that comes down.
So when you made your speech the other day, when you talked about the Fed discount rate, you used the word disinflation 11 times. Not that I'm counting, but 11 times. So you were saying that disinflation is beginning to appear. Would you use that word 11 times again today after the jobs report, or you would be less inclined to use that word so much?
I might use I might say I would certainly use the word disinflation, yes, which means declining inflation, and I would call it declining inflation too.
And today, what about the
total debt of the United States, which produces some inflation, 31.4, leaving aside the debt limit? Are you worried about the total indebtedness of the United States producing inflation, or you don't think that's a big problem?
Yeah, it's not the level of debt. I would say the thing I'd say about the level of debt is really, it's not. First of all, it's not the Fed's job, but I would say that we're on an unsustainable fiscal path at the federal government level. That has been the case for some time, and it's something we will have to deal with. And it's better to deal with it sooner rather than later.
Now, many of your predecessors were economists. You were trained as a lawyer. They spoke in what I call Fed speak, which is to say incomprehensible kind of economic language, which was done intentionally, I think, sometimes they would say. So you tend to speak in English. Has that been a plus, you'd say, when you're dealing with members of Congress, they can understand what you're saying?
I like to think so. You know, I've made it a real priority to engage a lot with Congress.
Yeah,
in our system of
people were
government,
reacting to that last question,
system,
but
our accountability is to the legislature.
Home.
It's to Senate and the
House,
got away
and
from the
jobs
two
report.
oversight committees, Senate Banking and House Financial Services. And I think it's very important that we respect that and explain what we're doing and listen to their concerns and share with them how we're thinking about things. And I think they appreciate that. But that is, you know, we have this precious independence. We can't be removed from office. We serve these long terms. The other side of that has to be accountability.
Oh, new law on
BBY. The way for us to get accountability is to be as transparent
see if
as
it flushes.
And try to reach, you know, the people of the United States through their elected representatives. So this is a very high priority, and we're going to keep doing it.
So when you testify in front of Congress, how much
more volatility
time does it take
downside.
to prepare for that? Is that a 1 hour
Some
preparation
bigger individual
session, or
drops
is it a
right now.
1 day session?
Probably
or
start to
a
see,
1 week session?
You know, they're supposed to. These are supposed
Some
to be
stops
monetary
triggered.
policy hearings under the Humphrey-Hawkins Act, and they're actually on anything that's any political issue. So it's
have to hold
quite
3.
extensive. You have to prepare for everything that the Fed is involved in, and many things that the Fed is not involved in. So
2850 is the next.
It's a lot of preparation.
So
Yeah,
when you
Phil
get
down
questions
here.
from some members, you have to bite your tongue and say, why are you asking a question like that, or you never have that problem?
That never happens.
Never happens.
So
Okay.
it's almost like that move on the SPY
good.
actually
So
triggered this thing a
today,
little bit.
As you look at
interesting.
the country's economy, what is the biggest worry you have about inflation? Is it just that
Look, it's kind of tethered with
the
SPY
fiscal
now.
policy is not completely under control? We have exogenous events outside. What is your biggest worry about inflation today?
Well, it's kind of what I was saying earlier, which is we're just at the beginning of this process, right? Goods inflation. So we need that process to continue. Goods.
Right,
the whole
I got a
thing
short
began-
up here.
the whole inflation
Yeah, it's
began
short.
with people not being able to buy services, instead buying goods, and then global supply chains collapsing. And so you couldn't get goods, and prices of goods went up, and that's where it started. But that is now starting to get better as supply chains are improving and as people are rotating their purchases back to services. You move on, though. We're not seeing it yet in housing services, which is either rent or the ownership, the imputed costs of house ownership. But we expect to see that. So we need that to happen. That's another big part of the economy. It's got to come. It should come in the second half of this year.
Put a stop
Then
limit
the biggest piece
for
and what I worry about the
profit
most
taking.
is when are we going to see
But I'll hold it.
or declining inflation in core
Might get
services
stopped out
and
though if we get a
housing.
bounce.
So that's what I worry about. The last thing I worry about is just another exogenous event. It's a risky world out there, with the war in Ukraine and the reopening of China, and
tell us how scary it is. Come on, pal.
Our economy and the path of inflation.
Right. So the balloon was not your worry, though. You don't care about the balloon.
Back to jokes.
Not within our ambit.
Okay. So today, the Federal Reserve gets data from all over the country, and are you convinced that you get the best data, you have the best data collection methods, or do you think it's not as modern as what Wall Street gets?
So most of the data that we get are just the same. We don't collect the data on unemployment or inflation or most things. So most of that's just government data, and a lot of that's, for example, very high quality. The labor market data is very high quality. What we get, which I think is
I got stopped
different
out
from what everybody else gets, is what I mentioned earlier, and that is the reserve banks putting together the beige, no, not the beige book, the
teal book,
beige book.
Yeah, the beige book. Putting together the beige book.
Well, that was weird.
This is an engulfing candle, though. This is a high. That's a inverted hammer, so it does look like it's reversing up here, but
what's happening with each district is different. You have agricultural districts.
You've got to stop talking for that to play out, probably.
So that I think our anecdotal, but also just the haul of information we get through that network is I don't think anybody else has that.
So do you consult regularly with some of your predecessors? I mean, obviously one is Secretary of the Treasury now, but Ben Bernanke, for example, or?
I do. I talk to former Chairman Bernanke. I talk to, Secretary Yellen. I still talk to Alan Greenspan now and again.
Greenspan's still alive?
When you're dealing with your colleagues on the Fed board, and you disagree with them, you say, look, I'm the chairman of the Fed. I am the person who has to make the final decision, and this is what we should do, or you don't quite do it that way?
It's a process of reaching agreement. And
Microsoft's Nadella
I hear
says
what
AI
people
will
have
shape
to say.
every
I tell them what
software.
I think, and then I'm the one who has to bring a proposal in front of the full committee, not just the board, but in front of the full committee on monetary policy. And it works. We have to reach an agreement, and we get to a place. I think you can tell today we are blessed with a diversity of perspectives on the FOMC with 19 people. Of course we are. But you have one thing that unites all of us, and that is a very strong commitment to getting inflation down.
So in some parts of Washington, people say, if you give me this, I'll give you that. I'll trade this for that. You never do that at the Fed when you're coming up with a decision. I'll do what you want.
I'm sure he'll give you an honest answer here.
That doesn't happen ever?
Not really, no.
Oh.
Not really?
Like you mean a better office or something like that?
Well, just, I'll say what you want me to say if you say what I want you to say or something. That never happens, right?
No, it doesn't happen. I mean,
what?
And when you want to talk to members of the board, of the Federal Reserve Board, do you go to their office or do they come to your office?
That wasn't quite the response.
I like to do both. I mean, I really don't like to sit in my office all day and just have people come to see me. I like to go barge in on people, and I think it's much better to get up and walk around and see people.
But the Fed has been pretty good at avoiding leaks of its decisions. How do you do that? Because most people in Washington are not so good at that. How do you avoid leaks?
We do have, we've got very strict rules around confidentiality, particularly around the written materials that we have. We publish these things internally for the FOMC meeting, the memos and the Teal book and all that. But the other thing to remember, though, is, we're not trying to hide our decisions from the public. We actually, in modern monetary policy, we want the public to understand how we're thinking, and if markets really understand how you're thinking, and a new piece of data comes in, the markets will go, well, they're going to do this, and it sort of happens organically, and that happened all last year as we were, talking about raising rates. The market priced in rate increases long before we actually enacted them. So. We want to be transparent. We're not looking to surprise markets with these decisions.
But from the time that you make your decision on the FOMC, whatever time it is at the end of the day, and your press conference is at 2 o'clock or something like that?
2:30.
2:30.
Yeah.
So your decision is made by 2 o'clock or whenever it is, or something like that. So you got a half hour, but you have to avoid leaks during that half hour because that's very market-sensitive information. How do you make sure nobody is calling their spouse and saying, guess what we're going to do?
Well, people take this very seriously. None of that happens. You're taking your professional life in your hands if you do something like that. I think people have a sense of self-preservation. So people are very careful about this information. There is a period of a couple of hours after the meeting and until we announce the decision, but we announced the decision at 2. The press conference is at 2:30.
So-
So I think, it's a fairly small group of senior staff and policymakers that kind of know what happened and what we're going to say. And I just think everybody understands that you've just got to be really careful with that.
To go back to the jobs discussion, if next month you
All right,
had
listen to
another
this.
519,000 jobs created, net jobs, would that be good or bad from your point of view? Have we a lot of people working, but maybe producing more inflation?
So we don't have the luxury of thinking about good or bad. It just is what it is. So, but I would say again, most analysts, most economists would say that to get inflation down from high levels that we've had, if you look at history, there is some softening in labor market conditions that goes along with that, and that is still, very possible and indeed likely here. Some softening in labor market conditions. However, this cycle is different from other cycles because of where it came from, and it's just confounded all sorts of attempts to predict what it would do. So it is good that we have seen a very strong labor market, but at the same time we're seeing wages moderating. Wage increases are still very high, but wage increases have come down to a level that is closer to what would be sustainable, still well above what would be sustainable with 2% inflation. And same thing with inflation. Inflation is starting to come down and the labor market hasn't softened. We do expect that it will soften, but it will do what it will do. Our job is to get inflation down to 2% and preserve maximum employment.
So when the FOMC meets, as it does regularly, eight times a year?
Yes.
Eight times. You pretty much know how the decision is going to come out before you actually get together because you've been talking to each other? Or does the meeting of the FOMC change minds in ways that you might not have expected before the meeting started?
It depends on the meeting. I talk to each of the 18 other participants at least once, and we go through everything. What's your analysis of the economy? How are you thinking about monetary policy? How are you thinking about the path forward and all of that? So in some meetings, I will say some of the time, you get into a discussion at the meeting which suggests that maybe you should communicate differently, and then we'll think about that. And we might actually take a break in the middle of the meeting and then go off with a smaller group and think about that and come back and make changes. Sometimes, though, everything plays out as expected.
And when you're having these FOMC meetings, I assume somebody sweeps the room to make sure there's no bugs and anything?
Yes, all that.
So no leaks?
No.
Okay. And today,
no leaks.
As you look forward, as we are going forward for the next remainder of this year, your basic view would be you'd be happy if the inflation rate were to get down by the end of the year to 2%, may be unrealistic, but your core inflation now or overall inflation you think is about 4.5%, something like that, or what would you say it is?
It's in that range. There are different measures.
Okay.
Yes, we expect significant progress on inflation this year, and again, it's our job to produce it. And I want to say again, we throw these numbers around, but the reality is we're going to react to the data. So if we continue to get, for example, strong labor market reports or higher inflation reports, it may well be the case that we have to do more and raise hikes more than is priced in.
So if I wanted to go get
That's
a mortgage
bearish.
on a house I was going to buy, for example, you would say I'm not going to be any better off waiting to next year than now.
That
because
was kind of a
rates aren't
nod
gonna
to
come down
higher
that much in the
terminal. I
beginning
don't
of
know.
next year, so I might as well get the house now, mortgage.
So
That was interesting.
surprisingly enough,
That
I
was
get a lot of
interesting.
requests for advice on those kind of things.
That
You
was
don't
a
give any?
right cheek
And
play.
but I really
But
can't.
it's like right at the support
I
level.
really can't respond.
So, okay, so on the whole, to summarize where you are, you're basically saying that the jobs data that came out was a little bit surprising, but in the end, you've taken it into account and you're pretty comfortable with the guidance you gave last time, and you're not prepared to give anything that's completely different guidance than you gave last week.
Well, I mean, this is a world in which we've had the
I entered another short up here.
Sorry, the labor market report, and I think that does. I think it underscores the message
set a
that I was
stop on it
sending
again.
at
Holy
the
crap.
press conference and in the meeting that we have a significant road ahead to get inflation down to 2%, and I think there's been an expectation that it'll go away quickly and painlessly, and I don't think that's at all guaranteed. That's not the base case. The base case is for me is that it will take some time, and we'll have to do more rate increases, and then we'll have to look around and see whether we've done enough.
Okay.
Yeah, he's flipping the script a little bit.
2% is the rate we had for the last 25 years before inflation came along. But prior to that, for most of U.S. history, we were higher than 2%. Is
He
it
brought
that
back
2%
the pain.
We're now so used to 2% after 25
He said
years
that's
of it.
his base
that you think
case
that's
now, not the
appropriate
Goldilocks
level?
shit.
So we went through this long period where
It
inflation
started on that
was
other candle
really
right there.
anchored
I was
around
like, that
2%.
it sounded like a
and we think
like a nod
that,
to higher
and,
rates,
you know,
or
economists
even
think
higher
that
than what people
that's
are pricing
because
in.
people start to expect 2% inflation, and inflation. It's,
But I don't know
in
if
a
that's
way,
enough to
if
shoot you
people,
down,
If
so
everyone
hold
expects
on.
that prices are going to go up, prices and wages are going to go up 2% per year, then plus productivity in the case of wages, then it will. That's what will happen. Having price stability, real price stability for an extended period of time is just enormously beneficial to the public, because you can then, on the back of that, you can build a very strong labor market, as we had. We had a labor market with really 3.5% unemployment in 2018 and 19. And we had inflation running, you know, just barely getting to 2%. Wages moving up the most for people at the lower end of the spectrum. And so this was we all want to get back to that place, but the bedrock of the whole thing is to get inflation under control.
The unemployment rate hasn't come down as much as people are going up as
That
much
last
as people
4
thought. In
minutes
part,
sounded
some
like
people
old
say
Powell.
because we don't have as many immigrants coming into the country, legal immigrants coming in, taking some of the jobs they otherwise would take. Do you think immigration is an issue in terms of giving us more labor workers, or do you think that's not a factor?
So just as a matter of arithmetic, it was a factor because there was very little migration across borders during the pandemic. And that was part of what was happening, particularly in certain sectors like the agricultural sector and food service and things like that, where there just weren't the people. However, just very recently here, the immigration data have turned up again. And I think that may be part of why people are feeling somewhat less pressure in the labor market to find workers. This is an issue not for the Fed, though. Immigration is obviously a political issue. We do not seek to be a player on this. But it's just a fact, though, that you know, right now the United States has fewer available workers than it has jobs plus job openings.
And when you increase interest rates, the traditional effect is to increase the value of the dollar versus other currencies. Do you have any concern about the value of the dollar going up too much, or that's not something you comment on?
So the responsibility for the exchange rate really rests with the Treasury Department and the administration, not with us. Of course, that's another financial variable that goes into every economic model, but we don't look at it as something that we're working on.
I say screw
I
you.
haven't been able to get you to
Dollar's
say
gonna
anything
rip to the moon, and you're screwed.
So, you know, I would say, Jay, I've known you a long time. I think you've done a great job in a difficult situation. I appreciate your service to the country at $180,000 a year, or whatever the salary is, something like that. So thanks very much for being here, and thank you for your service.
Thank you, David. Great to see you.
Wow.
Thank you, David. Balanced it out. I
Little
don't know how I
recap.
feel about it. I don't know if there's going to be anything else. So literally, that was about 90% dovish. He kept the same strategy, kept the whole same plan, and then that last like 10% there, he brought back the "there's going to be pain." What was it? Would he like? I think I have the quote.
Yeah. We don't listen to him anymore. Yeah, him. Okay. I don't know how the market's gonna react to it, because it seemed like they were pricing in talking about Powell cutting and maybe lower than 5.1% or 5% terminal. And it seems like he shut it down there. So we're kind of right on this 9 moving average. These candles definitely look like a reversal of sorts, but we might start to get a sell-off from it. I don't know. It could go either way. Depends on which way the market wants to go. It's like you get great earnings in the market and the stock sells off. It's like that kind of thing. So it could be that. Or bad earnings, sometimes it rallies. Thoughts on BBBY? Gone up a little bit. It's holding that $3. That's nice. Versus repos at 2 trillion, 104 counterparties. go over some of the headlines here on Powell. Powell said if continue to get strong labor market reports or higher inflation reports, may need to hike rates more than is priced in. That was like the most hawkish thing that he said, I think. If the labor market reports continue to stay strong, if the hike more than what's priced in. And right now, I mean, yeah, they were pretty bullish on what was priced in. It's like betting. Not seeing disinflation in housing yet, but expect that to happen in the second half of the year. So he's saying the housing prices are going to come down in the second half of the year. So I don't know if that'll affect the market at all, but at this point, Powell just at the beginning of disinflation process. So that's kind of hawkish. Must keep rates at a restrictive level for a period of time. He said U.S. is on an unsustainable fiscal path that need to be addressed. Powell hasn't got any calls from Biden. Yeah, I mean, I think the market could sell off from it, honestly. Might not see it today, but or maybe just some chop, because the bulls are maybe a little more scared now. But it's not enough for the bears to dump it. I don't know. All right, nat gas coming up a little bit. I kind of want to long on nat gas. I think it's finally hit a bottom. Inflation's sticking. If we didn't get unemployment, then we will see higher rates. Yeah, I think we're going to get unemployment. Oh, records run up way too much. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you have like so many tickers I look at have doubled in the last month that don't usually double in that amount of time. I do still have a short, yep. Could you tell by the way I was reviewing Powell's speech? BY is going sideways because this is what happens. Market makers just robbed people. They had 600% IV. They're just raking it in. This is the bank. This is the insurance provider. This is the casino. Enough time and the casino wins. You have to get out while you're up. You stay at that casino longer, you give that free comp room, that nice lobster dinner, maybe that show, maybe a massage, all this stuff's free. Free booze. Oh, stay another night, you're still winning. Yeah, you keep staying. Casino will get it back. Take your gains, put them into something else. Put them into real estate, put them into a long term you don't touch. Hourly candle structure across the board looks really weak. Talking about SPY? Yeah, nice big wick up there. Never leave. Be a man. Live at the casino until you work there. Never leave. Be a man. Do the right thing. So SPY, not actually a huge move from Powell. It's pretty subdued. Up 1%. Back down to VWAP. Positive almost 0.5% on the day so far. Still have our bearish MACD red into the 9. Not nearly like any divergences or anything like that signifying a downtrend, but we did hit somewhat of a support at that 418. And then these candles are signifying down, so might be early. But there's also the up case where we're bouncing right now on the 9, so I have a stop. Does be a major tech all inverted hammer with upper long wicks. Yeah, a lot of them look like that. Those probably, yeah. 320. Yeah. Name a random US stock. Birds. GME's just edging me today. There's General Motors. What Powell said last week was surprisingly more dovish than I think what was people were expecting. The statement that he had wasn't that dovish, but the market took, the bulls just had complete control and took the question and answers, and I mean, he was pretty dovish on the question and answers, but his statement wasn't necessarily. But they ran with that. They ran with that bait with their hook in their mouth and just. And we'll see if that was a big blow off the top up here, or if this was just a rally to consolidate to make new highs. I do think we still could get a little higher and actually get up to this top, this 425 area, 426. Too soon to tell. If today turns into a red candle, then I don't think so. But I don't think today's going to turn red. What's up with you and your obsession with birds? You said name a random stock. I did it. All right. You're reading into that way too much. All right. Spies breaking VWAP. We get a red candle here. I would have liked my entry very much. I did have a 418 entry before on the short, which I got stopped out on. And then this one, I actually profited on that one the other day. Just the overnight move. This gap, entered short here and closed it here. So that was a nice little move. So yeah, I'm pretty pleased if I got another nice short entry here. More like here and then stopped out and then here. See. That gas moving up. I'm kind of waiting for a top there. Hadouken! Hadouken! This is pretty crazy though. This is how flat BBY is. Q Charlie candle is disgusting. Makes me want to throw up, but in a good way. Only for short. Well, just a long wick. Spies coming down now, starting to digest that Powell. Yes, that is a pretty bearish candle. Makes me want to throw up in a good way. All right, GME. I got my puts I got were just for margin, so they're pretty far out of the money. I don't want to spend much on them. But my covered calls, those will actually do me right at least. I want more puts, but things down like 12% today. GME still puzzling? It is still puzzling, but yeah, I mean, I still think we're going to come down. Because we've had all these divergences, for one, just like TA-wise, we've had divergences showing that it should come down. But it's been hard to read because all these volume spikes, of course. And this doesn't look like it's repeating any pattern necessarily. So if it comes down now, I think we still could be in a range like here. It just looks quite a bit different because our run up was just like it's different looking in here. So SPY's coming down now, getting pretty big candles down, which would make a retest of 15 or even 10. So I still kind of have that in the back of my head, but it threw me back and forth. So I went long, I closed it, and if it does start to break out, I'm down to go long. But so far it's pretty severely rejected that 24, and it looks like it probably won't have the support of the market. So I think we probably will see back into the teens, maybe this week. Buy more BBY. I hope you're not talking to me. You don't know what I put into BBY. And with the market coming down too, honestly, BBY could start to move with the market some also. And that, that could bring it down and start filling gaps too. So it'll be tough to stomach, but I'm down for it now at this point. It's a ride I'm willing to take for a bit. For the squeeze potential. So 408. Kind of 408.40 is that low on the day. I want to hold this short, but yeah, I need to hold it. I need to hold it. If we break that 408, it's a pretty big move. 406.71. Maybe like 402. I mean, there's pretty big gaps down to these levels. Might be able to buy back those GME shares they liquidated. Yeah, if SPY comes down to here, I definitely could get a big haul of shares if I wanted to. Look at that daily candle. Holy, it turned red. What'd I say? If it turns red, I think it's over. It turned red that quick. Wow. Oh my gosh. All right. Yeah. I'm just hoping it doesn't affect GME or BBY too much, but it probably will. Okay. I'm bullish on it, but I have some flexibility. Big flush. That's through the support low of the day. Through the low of yesterday. Yep, broke yesterday's low. Next move is 406.48. No, I'm not selling it. No. I just bought it. I mean, I can't sell it, but that would take a big loss, honestly. And I'm good on it. I like the news that came out on BBBY. Happy Tuesday. Down for the roller coaster ride. We've been at the park for years now. Bullish is up, bearish is down. Hawkish is economic down. Dovish is economic up. Quite the ride of emotions. I know, you never know. He could have started talking, he could have done this, so I was just chilling either way. I of course wish I went long once I saw this. And wasn't sure if a short was good here or not. I mean, he was somewhat dovish for a bit, but some of those questions, I think. Yes, that one answer made it seem like he would be willing to have the terminal rate higher, which market definitely don't want to hear that. Yeah, man. There's so many stupid terms in the financial world. They do it just to make the barrier of entry more difficult for individuals. So I think it's awful and it's annoying. So don't be afraid to ask anything like that, because I ask those things all the time because it makes me sick. There's a bounce. There's a first green candle. GME is holding there. I'm gonna hold this thing. I'm gonna hold it. I think we maybe are at the top. I want an extended move. I want like a month or two long move. I want new lows. Let's get this trend continuing. It was supposed to happen here and then, oh no, it's a new year. Let's just rally and make it the best January ever. Just so we can say it's the best January ever, even though we're in the gnarly downtrend. Worst bear market since 2008. That's basically all this was right here. And then people probably buying back from all the stock loss harvesting they did back here. This was fake. Actually, do we have a... No, there's not a divergence there. Let's go dovish and bullish. Dovish, dove, like an animal, like a dove. Dot puts, yeah. Do it. Scripted. Yeah, yeah, there were probably scripted parts, or at least parts that they went over. I'm assuming the interviewer rehearsed some of the questions before. The more lighthearted ones, they probably were off the cuff, but he probably said, I'm going to ask you this and this and this. And he doesn't want to catch them off guard and, you know, scare the markets. Close out your mouth. That's his job. He did a good job at it. All right, so there's a bounce. Oh, the freaking ES is up 2,300. These are the ones that sucks, man. It's like try and take profits, and then try and time the market again for another entry, or just but yeah, that's a 1% move on just one ES. What was it, Mark? Mark, you're doing like 5 ES, 10 ES. You're crazy, man. I actually had a MES also, but I didn't want to, so I just closed. Well, it's a good thing I bought puts on GME. That gave me margin to be able to buy that or short that ES. Was it you? Someone, yeah. I don't know. Maybe it wasn't you. Some future traders were in here swinging some big contracts around. Yeah, subscribe, hit the notification bell. And getting on our Discord helps a lot. That's free and everything. Link for that it's pinned. Follow on Twitter. I jump on there. We do Twitter Spaces, and then Discord. I'm there for news and to see what you guys are talking about, and yeah, I'll like when the markets close, I'm on Discord basically. But a lot of good sources for information on our Discord. FX Hedge is calling out Kramer. He tweeted, "Nice work, Kramer." Was Kramer bullish on the SPX? I don't know. My only concern with this market dump is BBY following it, which I guess concerning or not, I guess it's fine. But my position is probably too big again. So I will size it down when I'm able. Maybe I won't. Maybe I'll just leave it. I don't want to do more covered calls, but I'll wait. So it's bouncing up just to the support from last 2 days. That was yesterday, right? Yeah. So not a whole lot of buyers there. Everything's still bearish on the chart. That wick up there is quite bearish. And this daily candle, if it closes anything like this, that's bearish again. Again, similar to this candle, even though it was green, and this one. That was kind of a double doji, which not as bearish, but undecided. So if we do move down, I don't know. Maybe I should get back some cash, get out of some of these plays that probably won't do well with the market coming down. I don't want to be too hasty. I oftentimes get like good plays because I think the market's coming down, but the good plays might still end up being good. How is phase down 8%? It doesn't look like it's down 8%. What's going on here? Just because it it still looks good. I don't 405 bounced back up past the support. 409.81 is, I don't know what that level is really from. Extended hours. Oh, just today's support, more or less. Oh, and then extended hour support. See. Oh, BBBY is just sitting at the lows. See if it makes another flush through. Seems like it probably will. It already broke this kind of support here. It hasn't broken $3 yet, but I think that gap fill is probably on the table. Unless we get some kind of news catalyst. Got NVIDIA puts. Yeah, throw them in Discord. We have a place for trades. 7170s for mid-March. You can put them in here too, actually. I appreciate that. 170s on NVIDIA. Mid-March. I like your time. Pretty far out of the money. That's definitely a gamble. Going for those big percentages. Yeah, this has a RSI divergence here too, you can see. Bearish. There you go, bearish divergences. Buys off its trend line, through its trend line. Yeah, self-taught. I don't think I've learned yet because I'm not very good at it. But yeah. Under 30,000 BBY. Oh boy, oh boy. Go slow, Ace. Be patient, patient. You're gonna be swinging in big amounts. Patience. But I'm guessing that means you sold GME too, huh? There is still the catalyst with GME of M&A, which I would expect to happen before their earnings, which is sometime in March. After I probably fill that gap. Yeah, maybe. Selling for earnings, sure. This is different than the first news. Hudson Bay Capital Management leading investment. I think that's not, I don't know what you meant first news, but we did hear about that earlier today, right here on this pop, this little volume and candle pop on BBBY. Says they were the anchor investor or something. I'm not sure that that's necessarily bullish or anything. It's just, maybe it is. So I thought about doing a big SPX put leap and then basically doing like a poor man's covered put on it for the next 6 months to 12 months, depending on how long the market goes down. And now I don't have money for it because I put it all in BBBY. I should probably have some hedge to a market downturn though, more so than just the futures. I do like that BBBY so far has not really been moving with the market. That's a good sign. Not sure if that'll stick, but he didn't sell Jimmy yet. Jimmy new lows, 12.6%. So I have 15 puts on Jimmy that are long for this week. It's for margin, but a part of me wants to think that those are going to be close to the money in the next couple days. I could actually make money on them. I'll get more. Back to 14, maybe. 12, 10, 15. Just gonna forget my passwords. That works. Just forget all your logins. Yeah, GME, I think it's breaking out of that channel. So thank you guys for your likes today. Been a fun day. Exciting. My wife asked me how's the day yesterday. I'm like, it's been exciting. Like good exciting or bad exciting? Like it's just exciting. I don't know. Yesterday I was a spectator with it, which was fun. Today it's exciting in another way. You give up one GME. What do you mean you give up one GME? New low on GME, 2080. Yeah, I kind of want to get out of some of this stuff. I'm closing some of these swing trades, just taking losses on them. Not sure the hot money will keep going. LBiz, actually, I think I will keep though. I got rid of phase. LBiz has an external catalyst with the fighting naked shorts, and I like that one for long term potentially. So GME flushing through that low. EVTL doesn't probably care about the market at all. Had a good volume here. Did break that too though. Yeah. Out of EVTL. Sorry, Don. Time to go on. Load up on opium. Do it. Yeah, I mean don't do a panic decision. Don't do like a quick rational decision. These stocks I'm selling, I was thinking about getting out of anyways, and yeah, I just was waiting for catalyst for some reason to, and expecting Powell today to do something, either confirm the bull market continues or probably start rejecting. So yeah, we look at a BBY. There it is. It's turned into a penny stock. 30.47. It's hanging out right at the lows there. Still haven't hit $3 itself. BBY is an excuse to short GME shrug. I don't think so. I think GME pumped with BBBY, so move on GME I think is merited. Like this is what's been coming for kind of overdue. We've been like in this 2-week really strange rally, and then it just got a cherry on top with the BBBY move yesterday. Zoom in more. What about VS? BBY managed just by his AMC. I wouldn't say so. What do you want to see on here? The little candles? These are on 5-minute candles. So the cover calls on BBY are up 36% from this morning. The cash secured puts are down 6%. So even though the prices come down, the puts are only down a little bit because of just IV crush, which it hasn't really crushed yet because jumping a catalyst for it, but SPY kind of consolidating down here at the lows. 5-minute candles, yeah. That's why we're seeing different candles. What about VS versus systems? Looks bullish. Probably doesn't care about the market either, clearly, so don't have any idea what this is, but got the momentum there. Bullish MACD, green over the 9, volume. Yeah, this one might be good. If it goes to 14, will it get back to here? I don't think it won't. It's just, of course, the time frame. And what time does it take? Wow, okay, it's really flushing now. Not really. Well, yeah, I mean, you have to believe in the underlying. Have conviction to hold through. So, if you're not just trying to time the market and make more money on a trade, then you just hold it and buy more when it gets lower. If you're trying to like trade it, then yeah, you could sell here and try and buy more when it's lower if you think it's going back up. Big day on GME, 13.2%. And it's getting down to this support that I said I didn't think it would hit today. This reminds me of, yeah, one of those big days after one of our pinches, like here and here. So this doesn't look like any move up that we've had. Kind of like this, actually. Just in a smaller, with smaller candles. Huh. What's the time frame here from the low to the high? 19 bars. That would be interesting. Just on a much smaller scale. Wow. Look at this, 13% on GME. That's 20 bars. Oh, dude. Oh, dude. Was that it? Rip up kind of this weird upward channel. SPY's moving up here a little bit. In a sense, that's what this was this kind of weird upward channel with weird volume up and down. And the first move up was bigger at the beginning of the rally. What the heck? Hold on. Wait, what was this time frame? 43. No, we're still way longer, but it almost does look like that area. Especially now if we get some big red days. I don't know what sound effect. GME just flushed through there. BBY just chilling on that low. Yeah, it falls through 3. I think that gap fill could come pretty quick. 28.50. I know, told myself it's up. I know, I was gonna do the same thing. I didn't have a set number, but I guess subconsciously I had like 35. Yeah, like 30. Wait, no. No, it was for this one. I was thinking 45 or 50 when we had this move. And then this got shut down, and I thought, no, it's not over. I thought there'd be another move up to it, and I was going to sell in that one. Because that was such a lower low than the other moves. You know, like, that was such a lower one. So yeah, this move, I had that idea, and then I didn't. So yeah, this was actually, I didn't do that well in this move. This whole thing. Because even after it did it, I'm like, all right, well, it's at least going to double top like it always has. So I'll get out then, but nothing. Gap fill for BBY is 285. Oh, it hit 3 even, huh? Hit $3 even, so 285. I'll put a line down here, you can see. There's your gap fill. Same, bro. Yeah. Yeah. Sad. GNS 556. 566. You're still green on it. Breaking through, so I have a line drawn there from somewhere. Yeah, I mean, on the longer term, on the daily candles here, there's a divergence. So sure, Jim. Green for now, yeah. Something shuts it down better now that we just haven't really had a rally. Not gotten out of control. Thanks, Julian. It's going pretty good, yeah. To get that wick down to $3. Now I would probably like it better if BBY held up above $3, but I'm okay if it goes down. Went up on 2 o'clock. Sometimes you get market moves on the hour, half hour, for whatever reason. All the markets are closed, so it's not that. Yeah, I mean that's good. That's a good sign. The bullish sign, that wick down there. Oh, it's getting a little volatile, that candle. Yep, got some volume there too. Thanks, Thomas. All right. Paper trading, covered calls for those that are interested. Look at that. Back to break even on an awful entry. You're still back to break even. Haven't even lost any. You still have another week, but I predict by the end of this week we'll probably be up 50% on this one. So even with a bullish rally on GME, it's still working. As we open that and GME's gone up. 3 days of going up since then. SPY moving up here, pretty big move. Whoa. Oh, Bed Bath is right there. That cover call, yeah, I mean, again, we opened it at the worst time. IV was low, and it literally just started pumping since then. So the cover call I opened yesterday or the other day on my trade account that was down. Yesterday, this was down like 280%. This one you can see is now up to 31%. But this is a weekly, so it expires sooner. My fill wasn't quite as bad, but the fact that it's a weekly has probably more to do with it than anything. SPY almost back to break even now on it. Wow. Look at these hourly candles. The paper is the 17th. Yeah, that's right. So next Friday. If it was this Friday, then yeah, it would be green. That's true. Because it's out of the money. It's a 24 strike. Pretty big move up here on SPY. Don't make me sad, SPY. See what happens at VWAP here. Oh wait, we have someone speaking right now. Barr speaks. That's what's going on. Fed Chair Barr. Not Fed Chair. Yeah. Fed Vice Chair Barr. He's pumping the markets back up. See this awesome casino we call the stock market? Let's see what he's saying. I forgot we had more speakers today. If there's any headlines from it. Not seeing any news from it, but this has got to be a move from it, from him talking. He's just coming back in to play ping pong. Yeah, I don't know where I can't get it. That's got to be from him though. He's today. Powell was at 1240. Bond auction, and then Barr's putting the dove back in the market. What do we do? It's 100. Well, I'd be pretty sad because most of my position is hedged. So I wouldn't do a whole lot different. I'd probably roll my covered calls and maybe sell my shares. Not do Bobby on your body. It'd be nice if BBY rocket like the SPY. Yeah, like this meme stock over here. Just huge ups, huge downs. This has got to be from Barr. I don't know if you guys are hearing him, but there's still good DD on Superstock. I was reading good DD on BBBY on Superstock. Fine, all you guys have is 2 each in Mexico. Not in the good part of town. Ace, that offer seems so generous just very shortly, and then immediately just actually seemed like more of an obligation and a liability more than anything. Like that guy's bolo.
Pandemic. We're in a low interest rate environment for 12 years. The government has overspent. We didn't get to the 32 trillion mark.
Dow Jones says Bed Bath & Beyond sells preferred stocks and warrants.
So the jobs report looks good.
That's the old news.
In a lot of ways, but a lot of people are working 2 jobs. You just announced the layoffs that are coming through Zoom, in many other industries.
Look at this.
In my notes,
$3.
I said that the layoffs have now spread out into
This is
many
starting to look like
sectors,
yesterday
right?
now.
And the layoffs are coming. They're not
This
small
range
layoffs.
right here.
They're 10,000 here,
A few days ago. When
5,000
was
here,
that?
3,000
Yeah.
there. And they're coming from high-paying jobs with benefits. That is going to ripple into the economy. When you lay off somebody, you've laid off a consumer. They're going to stop spending
Where
until
was
they
it?
get a
Oh,
new job.
here. We started looking like a penny stock.
Right, understood. So if you think the Fed's going to likely
Wow,
be
SPY
more aggressive, I mean, you
ripping
could see
through
you're saying
VWAP.
50 basis points on
Oh
March
my
22nd, and then
gosh.
you have a May meeting. Then
This
the
is a
pause, and
clown
when do
show.
the rate cuts come?
What in the world?
Well, if you go by economics, the standard rule is you can't break the back of inflation until
get
you
stopped out.
get above interest rates above the inflation rate.
Is
The
happening?
argument comes is what is the real inflation rate? What hurdle do we have to get over in order to break inflation? Is it based on the CPI index, how it's calculated now, or is it based on the CPI index, how it was calculated before 1998? That's the argument.
Why
And
is
I don't
CPI?
think bringing interest rates up to 5%, I don't think it's going to do it. I think we need to go
5
higher.
out take off?
We need to be more
I don't know. But I'm
before
just
we're
saying
gonna see any positive results
the
on
chart
the
looks
inflation
similar there.
front. People don't want to hear that, but that's just
This
reality.
shows that
That's been the
it's
history
undecided
of
which way to go. You get all these
economics
dojis
going
and
back over
candles
100 years.
or dojis.
Yeah.
So it might be a reversal
what
here.
did we just see here in January? 5 weeks of gains for the NASDAQ. And by the way, the NASDAQ is back in the green now. And so now
This is
has
quite
the
degenerate.
Dow turned into the green in the last few minutes. What do you make of
Just
that?
turned to
Was
green
that a
last few
bear
minutes.
market
What do you
rally
know?
Or just an oversold market just normalizing a little?
Yeah,
This is nothing
if I were
normal.
to use an Elliott wave term, this is a wave 2 correction of the big drop that we had all of last year. The fundamentals just aren't there. You're seeing the volatility, you're seeing the layoffs, you're seeing the housing prices come down, car sales are
This
way
dude
down.
with the bolos calling out Elliott wave.
All lists of all
That's
these
what's
things
up.
that are going on, the uncertainty in Europe,
There you go, a little
China,
pop on
other
BBY.
parts of the world. So I don't think we're
Those
done.
wicks were
We
meaning
have
something.
to be patient. We didn't get here overnight. We're not going to get out of this overnight. So we have to be patient. And the people that are patient, we spoke about a year and a half ago, and I said, be patient. The markets are going to correct. We're not done yet. We've got a little ways to go, but there's blue skies on the horizon.
Right. So what are
I
investors
like this
to
guy.
do?
What do they do?
Right now,
Be patient.
keep on looking at your risk because this
Just
is a
said
very
it.
fluid environment. If interest rates keep going up,
Natural gas
that's gonna
broke
affect
out.
some of your holdings, and you're going to want to make sure you're not overly exposed
Look
to
at this
rising interest
SPY,
rates.
dude.
If inflation doesn't get tamed, you don't want to be overexposed to those stocks that are going
What
to be
in the
sensitive
blazes?
to inflation. At the same time, depends on where you are. Are you 5 years from
Who's
retirement,
this?
10 years from retirement? Those all come into play. So it's
I mean, I know
the
why
closer
this
you are to
happened. That's
retirement, the
Powell.
more you
What's
have to
happening
pull
here?
back. At the end of the day, I would be more liquid than usual. I would focus on some precious metals. I would use treasury-only money market accounts for liquidity. I don't trust the common money market account that is built with a variety of different underlying assets. So I would do a bunch of those measures, cut back on unnecessary spending, stock up on your cash reserves, plan for the next rally. Try and get out of as much debt as you can. Very important.
Look at this pump.
Yeah. And what do you think of some of the sectors that people love to invest in, such as oil or technology?
Well, some of those are going to be just fine. I mean, oil is going to be in demand. It's not going to go down. The price is going to go down. But I wouldn't jump into the oil market or the utilities or the energy market yet. Quite honestly, I'm on the hold. I've got a pause button on my opinion and output until probably after March. And we have another hurdle that we have to think about. The LIBOR is going to be discontinued in June. What impact is that going to have? And what are they going to do with that $610 trillion? That's a big question. Nobody's answered it.
I think that's a really big question.
It's a huge
because
question,
remember,
yeah.
I mean, that is, yeah. I mean, we've been talking about LIBOR since I've been doing business news for over 20 years. And what are the risks as this gets obviously disseminated?
I quite honestly, one of the other thing that concerns me is that there's shrinking M2 money supply. So where is all the liquid cash going, right? Is that money being pulled out of the system for a reason? Is this connected to the LIBOR? I think there could be a connection to the shrinking
I don't know.
MQ and the LIBOR.
I don't know what Bar's saying, but I'm assuming that's what's
It's gonna be
pumping the market right now.
It's going to be bumpy. Like I said, the greener pastures are great. They're there. The blue skies
I
are there.
don't think it'll take a dump like here.
Opportunities in the future,
but
we're going to have to go through
yeah, we could be at the top.
some barren land, some rough waters to get there. But for those who prepare and for those who are patient, it'll be fine. We'll get through this.
How much
We'll start
came to
another
fruition?
long cycle. Once
Well,
we
that
get rid
was
of some of this
that was
excess
fact
credit,
mixed
get rid
with
of
some
the,
speculation. So if you
negative
can
mood that's throughout the economy right now, throughout
extract the
world,
precious from the
then things will get
worthless,
better. I actually feel
the
good
fact
about
was
down
bullish
the road. I've got 4
to
kids,
me.
and I want their future to be as bright as
They're
mine.
I get
they're
it. I
taking
totally
bankruptcy
get it.
off the
Russell
table,
Stone, nice to see you. We'll have to continue
and
this
so that's a good
conversation
news.
going forward. Scranton
That's a
Financial.
good
Thank you,
news.
Russell.
Thank you, Nicole.
The speculation is that there's some investor
Plenty more to cover
potentially,
here on the watch list. We're watching
and
Bed
that
Bath &
or that there's a
Beyond and
merger or
Publix
acquisition
trying to
happening.
avoid bankruptcy. We know
It's connecting
that
dots
it's
to
been
come to those
under
conclusions. So,
pressure. Is there
well, I
anything
see the
to do
dots.
to save this
I
company?
think I see all the dots they're talking about. It is still some conjecture. Look at this freaking market. Oh my gosh. It just forces you to day trade. It just promotes it so heavily. Like, the market has just been designed for volatility and day trading. Just in the last couple of years, it seems like. Yeah, BBY held the 3, so now it's up 85 cents. You rolled your BBY 5 calls to 6. Give myself more room for extra weeks. Then on the dump this morning, they were up 70%, made 20K. Noise. Yeah, the IV is insane. Exactly. Yeah, when you're selling premium, your time doesn't have to be perfect. That's right. The news, the after hours news, to me was the trigger I needed to get exposure back on BBY. So I jumped on the train. way heavier than I probably should have. But to mitigate the amount of risk I put on there, I did cover calls on a majority. So that'll be nice. Maybe. Worst case scenario, I'll profit on the position. Well, not worst case, I guess. Worst case scenario goes to 0, but if it does rally, I won't get all the gains. You know what I'm saying? I sold the cover call higher than my cost basis, so I've guaranteed profits if it does go up. But I will probably roll anyways. I kind of want to know what Bar is saying. Look at this thing. What is happening? Okay, back on Stock Market Live.
Whatever action is necessary.
Yeah,
to
he's
get
the one
to
pumping it.
2%. So I did not
Bar.
succeed in getting him to say, well, 3% is okay, 2.5% is okay. He said 2%, and he made it clear that's what he wants.
Hey, David, our Chris Ansley led our coverage of your conversation with Jerome Powell. I thought the notes were beautiful. I'm stealing here from the great team that we have. David Rubenstein walked the chairman through the real estate math that we saw, moving from yields higher, a 700,000 unit down to a 400,000 unit. Now, I guess I'm not talking to Steve Schwartzman with Blackstone's dive into American real estate, but you're up to speed on this. Is our housing market on the precipice of a true crisis?
The volume is increasing.
I don't think it's on a precipice of a crisis. I do think whenever you have a
Dude, the bulls are taking whatever little breadcrumb they can and just ripping.
That's generally the course of history. I think right now there is some concern in some housing.
I don't think Rubenstein. Just say he's going over everything Powell said. That's it. You're approaching schmuck level.
Bar is honest. I mean, what he was saying right there was hawkish, but I think what he was saying earlier was putting a dovish tilt on everything that Powell was saying, which is crazy because Powell's already pretty dovish. Just that last bit talking about basically increasing terminal if we need to.
Well.
And they're stuck on 2% too.
Tuesdays, joining us.
Some people were saying, oh, they might not even go to 2%. They might just try and get to 3% inflation. Yeah, there's BBY pop.
So you're going to take a look here
Little pop
at FedEx,
there.
which has really been a winner. I mean, just the last 3 months up
215.
32%. What is it that you're watching closely? I know it's come off that
What time was it yesterday? It was much earlier.
Well, that recent top was significant.
But yeah, nice little pop up.
Trend line that I've been watching on FedEx here, dating back
Bar wears
to
a
the
bolo
summer
tie
of
and short
2021.
straight.
In fact, it
Shoot
was
straight.
June 1 or so.
No, that wasn't bar that we were
trend
watching.
line began to,
Sorry, that wasn't bar. I liked bar.
and obviously bring us lower
Or I mean, I like that guy with the bolo.
18 plus months. And
Bar
so
was the
we
guy I
run
think we were just
ourselves
listening
right
to
into
that
it.
I didn't have the video
As
up.
the case, Nicole, if you're a trader, it's all about your time frame. What were you thinking when you stepped into the position? So traders and owners of FedEx here, who have
Yeah,
held
that
from
dude
the
with the
summer of
bolos.
2021,
I like them
probably
too.
have a very different feeling about
Bar
this
is just
position than those that might have
walking
been
back
buyers
everything
in
that Powell
October
said
or
that people didn't
November of
like,
last year.
causing this pump.
So depending on which side of the fence you fall on here, obviously it becomes a pretty important decision window, right? We have the opportunity for the short-term trend off of these lows to continue.
That's
but
true,
we have
Kong.
downside risk perhaps as low as the 200.
We got a couple theta farmers.
Comes in around 195.
You're doing more
There's
like
a
credit
lot of
spreads
good
though, right?
support in there. That's that green dashed line we've got here drawn
GME,
in.
the farm has
So there's
gotten
a lot of support
a
there. The
little
question is just whether
a little stale with those premiums though.
3-4 months are willing to give up
BBY is definitely more prime for farming.
potential retreat to major support. Do they want to stick with the longer run, the belief that this new short-term trend is the prevailing one? And so it all just kind of comes down to their preference there, right? Do you like the idea of selling some at this elevated level?
I'm pretty
and let's
confused
see how
now.
things settle out, at which point you could buy back? Or do you just simply want to sit on your hands and let the
Yeah, this
trend
is a
play
lot of
out?
volume the last hour
It's a
too.
tough
This is all
question
after
to
Powell.
answer, obviously, Nicole. My encouragement, of course, is for traders
I don't know
who
why
put
the market
themselves
would
in these trades
move.
to know how they want to handle it
Bar
when
doesn't.
they find themselves in the trade.
Doesn't.
Meaning, have a
He's not Powell.
thesis and then
He's
try
not
to
making
stick
the.
to
He's
that
not making the
thesis in
moves.
terms of action thereafter. I'd love to be a seller if it gets here,
Crazy.
or if it breaks down and takes out this area of support. I'm going to be a seller that way. Needless to say, having a plan very important for a trader.
And, you know, it's amazing how you noted how that top was really important right there on that line. So key. How about the next one that you're watching here, and that is Spotify? What levels are you watching?
Well, Spotify has also made a surprisingly nice move off of the lows here. Once more, where to but an area of important resistance, right to 124. So in terms of
BBY is showing its support there. 3 is pretty strong.
fantastic, obviously. We were trading as
Pretty
low
good
as
candle up here on the
72
5-minute.
back in late December 20, and here we've added
A little bit of volume there
a
too.
quick 50 points off of that, so better than 60%. But when you look at the peak we've rallied to at 124, it's the same August high. Now, what's interesting there is 3-4 days in a row, we've not been able to push through it. So once more, traders probably getting a little tired at that spot. And so it becomes, once again, do we think we've got a shift in what's going
So
on?
Nasdaq basically hit resistance back here. SPY rallied a little further.
The 200-day moving average. So a lot of traders probably
Sometimes it helps look at the other indexes because maybe you're hitting resistance on those. You won't necessarily see it on SPY.
Any portion of it, what you're looking for is another opportunity maybe to
Not
join
necessarily
into the
down.
same trend after it's had its breather. So there's that real aggressive.
Oh, IWM did a
sloping
perfect
line
double
right
top
below
there.
The trend line or the recent price
Yeah.
action. That's the 10-day moving average.
It's not as obvious
It's
on the
about
on the
12
S&P.
points below us here. And so
But yeah, these
a 10-day moving average is a very speedy one.
Nasdaq
so it
and
does
Russell, I'd
imply
say, are
strength of the
more
trend.
obvious tops.
But once more,
Or,
the trader has
or
to decide,
more obvious.
am I willing to stick with as much of the position as
resistance
I have right
points.
now if it's going to retreat 10 points, 12 points, and then I
Picked
have
a
a
bad day to
decision
quit
make.
sniffing glue.
Or does the trader feel better to take a little profit at a higher
GME wants
level?
dirty talk.
You know, again, it all kind of comes down to how you.
No, I
like
think I
to
heard her
approach
feelings
these
yesterday.
trades. My personal approach
Sorry,
is to
getting this
try
done.
and be a seller into
No,
strength.
I mean, I want GME to come down. I want to get
but
more,
that's not every
but
trader,
I want to
of
be
course, Nicole.
cheap.
So I think this is an improving chart. I like the action over the 200-day moving
But
average for the last
doesn't really
2 to
matter what I
3
want
weeks.
anyways.
That said,
Did break through
I'll
that
feel
channel to the
a little bit
downside.
more optimistic about its near-term
I actually don't really care. I'm
prospects
pretty
over
neutral on the
125.
position. Got cover calls.
Look, a win is a
I
win
could
is a
close
win.
them.
If you take it off too early, you lost some further
20
gains.
and a half is kind of this next
you
support here on
still were a
GME.
winner.
But the
That
fact that it's
being
breaking through
said,
this
what are
channel
you
potentially
watching
is
for when it
probably
comes
more of a
to
sign
the
to a move.
overall market now? As we've been
Much
watching
lower.
that 4,100 level on the S&P, we've had a recent run in 2023. What now?
Well, I mean, you can't allow. I've been allowing maybe my own bias to play into my thought process here. I've expected for a while a bit more of a drawdown. We haven't really gotten it.
Yeah,
From
BBY
the
moving up a
S&P
little bit.
500 in particular. We've had very minimal bouts of weakness in the last 5 weeks, and honestly, that shows a
Showing good
lot more
support.
strength than I expected. If you're a believer in the strength we've had on a year-to-date basis, the first thing we want to see is continuation of the
The
existing
Ivy has gotten
trend.
sad on
That's a
GME,
move
yeah.
up along the 10-day moving average. We're sitting on it right now.
It's good for
Over
going long, but
4,100, things
it
can
doesn't
stay bullish.
seem like it's ever going to make
If
a
we
big
make
move for it to really
ourselves
get a
lower
big
move
pump.
to make
We
a
saw like a
higher
90%
low,
or
the area that I like
95%
is
to
that green
130%
line. That's
move on
right in the
GME's IV,
ballpark, of course, of
which
the
is
50
the
and
most we've seen in a while, and
200-day
that's not a huge
moving
amount.
average confluence. It's about
Breaking the
39.70
downtrend.
up to 39.90.
It didn't necessarily have a downtrend today much, I wouldn't
4,000 on
say.
the SPX.
Kind of held this $3
And I'd
support,
love to see the
and then
SPX
just the
set
last
a
hour or
new
so, it
higher low
started
in
making those
that
wicks,
area.
which
And again,
can be
you've
a
got
sign of
that
reversal.
50-day,
So
200-day moving average cross.
yeah, still
You've
doing the
got all
same
these
thing, still bouncing off the
longer
bottom,
run
trading this
implications
range.
suggesting
See
upside over the next
where
12
it gets up
months.
to.
But what it
329,
doesn't speak to, of course,
338.
is the
See if it gets
potential
back
for
up to
more
these highs today,
volatility
375 or
in
so.
the first 3 to 6 months of that next
VWAP will
12
probably be a
months,
pretty
right?
big
So there's
spot,
always that
330.
possibility that we could be in the
Dude, is
midst
Bar
of
still
a
speaking?
little bit more of a breather.
right
Maybe
there
we've
again.
gotten ourselves a
It's
little
here.
head over
Not as
skis
much.
here.
I don't think so. I think he's done.
Today's
Man, he
action
pumped
has
though.
brought nothing more than volatility into the mix once more. But I'll tell you, over 4,200,
He almost had
we
as
do have
big a
the
move as
opportunity
Powell.
to see 4,300, under 4,000, really more likely under 3,970. I think things get a little bit more dicey for the SPX at that point. I think it's quite a wide spread when you think about the potential moves here, Nicole.
Yeah, when we look at this range, I mean, there are still some people who think we'll make some new lows or challenge those lows. I mean, they're worried about
There's some
what's
people.
to come. And others who are, come on, and they're so optimistic. Kevin Horner.
True.
Thank you. Charles Schwab, good to see you.
Pleasure, Nicole.
Thanks.
I don't know.
Coming up next, to focus on retail, in particular, Bed Bath and Beyond.
go.
Easy for me to say. Announced new offering, trying to avoid bankruptcy.
Yeah.
Is this going to work? Hasn't been received too well. Where did the retailer really go wrong? What's next for that? Watch list continues.
Let's hear it. Dude, Spy, what are you doing, man? Gosh, it just forces you to day trade. Stop the madness. Remember that position that was 2,200? That contract? 400 now. Wait. BBY, little red candle there. Maybe becoming a big red candle. Market's looking bullish though. That could be reversal candle, but too soon to say. It's a hammer, which is usually bullish, but if it's at the top of a range, it's no, it's not. Just that small body looks what reversal-ish. Nope, just consolidation. All right, back up. GME get much pull from this? No, it didn't care. Oh. BBY is starting to get volatile. Coming up to 230. Sometimes again at like half hour, quarter hour, on the hour you get certain moves. Get some volatility and stuff. How about we can rise up like decent 80, 33? So how did you get an entry at 252 today? Kind of wizard with those entries. Sexy number of viewers. Sexy. Video of the birds acting super weird. Oh yeah, birds can feel the vibrations. They can totally feel what's gonna happen. That's cool. I'd like to see that. Didn't know I could have had $3.01 for BBY. Got clapped. How so? Up and down trend from the two highs in the second and third. Like this little range. 352. Yeah, down a little bit from 352. That's true. Just putting the 300 into BBY. Alright, so it looks like it's actually chilling out now. Crazy price action though. Oh, and SPY. I don't use 15-minute. There's 30-minute. And yeah, I mean, I see it on the hourly. How do they do it? Dash of news, dash of media headlines, inch of convincing articles, and boom. I don't think it's over though. I don't think it's over. In fact, I bought in today based on the news that did come out that made it sell off. Seems ridiculous. But now that that is somewhat bullish news, it's possible that they really try and push it down more now. Ounce of magic. Yeah, I just had a lot of dashes. Oh, whoa, whoa.
Favorite places to go rent a movie and so on and so forth. You mentioned Toys R Us. Everything is available online, and that's the killer of a name like Bed Bath & Beyond. So to your point, does Bed Bath & Beyond have a chance? Is there anything that they're doing that you pretty much can't get online?
That's the real question, right? And not just for them, but for a lot of other retailers who are facing this similar threat. And I think at the end of the day, you said it exactly. You really have to offer something Amazon can't offer and the e-commerce can't offer, right? So there still is a way to fight against this threat. We look at, retailers like Target or like Home Depot, or, they really use something, whether it's experience, whether it's exclusives, whether it's their expertise or their depth. They use something to combat the online threat. But when you have, the same type of format stores you had in the 80s and 90s, without accounting for the fact that people can look elsewhere for variety, it's going to look pretty grim for them. So I think a couple of different techniques, both financially and within their strategy to have a bit of a turnaround. And so I guess we'll have to wait and see, but it seems like a very tough challenge for Bed Bath & Beyond.
Great store. People try and, one of the things that they had sort of a niche was the college setup. A lot of people would order ahead of time in whatever their prospective city was to set up their kids' room, only to find the supply chain issues sort of even hit that. So they couldn't even get that right.
I just inhaled another drain fly.
Issues.
That's so weird.
Do you think the vendors may start to say, hey, we're willing to give Bed Bath & Beyond
more protein for me
another chance?
I can't really speak to their vendors, but I understand they've had some serious difficulties with their supply chain. culminating in really, even being unable to pay some of their bills. So I think it'd be a tough sell to certain vendors if you can't even do that.
So what am I missing here in the big world of shopping and retail? What are you focusing on lately as far as the consumer is still spending, right? Even though they may not have a job soon. But they still are spending right now. What is it that you're focusing on in 2023? What themes, what winners?
SPY.
Great question.
Consolidating
I
before it
really
moves
think
up.
what we have to do is sort of recontextualize the trends we thought were going to emerge out of the pandemic and look at what's actually going on. I think, myself included, many people thought it'd be a great acceleration of existing trends. And to some degree, that's been true. But the other thing is the trends
Dude,
and
I'm
the
gonna get stopped
priorities
out.
have sort of changed. And people seem to be
Crazy.
reprioritizing experiential retail, reprioritizing travel. I think during the pandemic, we really thought, or some retailers thought, and some experts thought, hey, e-commerce is going to continue accelerating the crazy way it's gone. People are going to keep investing to a large degree in their home, in home fitness. And we saw many retailers make decisions based on that assumption around the trends. Bed Bath & Beyond not being excluded here, other retailers and brands potentially like Peloton also assuming that current trends would continue. So I think what we really have to look at is, the pandemic changed a lot.
I got stopped out.
But it's also really sort of shifted the direction, not just the speed at which change is happening.
What in the
It's really great to chat with you, Emerson, about this. I mean, I think the theme is the big picture that we were talking about, the toy store, the bookstore, the home goods store. People are finding great deals and they love the convenience of online. Emerson Delgado, we'll be talking again. McMillan Doolittle, thank you so much. Coming up, let's focus on
so weird. Yeah, I inhaled like another
gold
drain fly, I think.
back recently.
Maybe it was a fruit fly, I don't know.
Here that you might want to be bullish.
Those little ones are just like,
winners and losers.
we had like a rotten potato, and yeah, we gotta get rid of it. I have some fruit flies floating around, I think. And I'm talking into this mic, so I'm breathing and my mouth's open. They're such little lightweight flies, I just like suck them in. Wear a mask. Nutritious. Yeah, it's protein, I guess. I can't believe this rally, man. This is wild. You'd think I'd learn my lesson. This is now the third time where I've given up like 2 to 2,000, like 2,500 in profits because I didn't close. I guess I'm trying to time the top, but the top just keeps on getting higher. Yeah, I don't think, I mean, brick and mortar's not, it's not dead. There's definitely some brick and mortar I think that won't ever really be able to go away for sure. But there's a lot of people that don't use the internet like that still. Like that's still a new thing, relatively new. Not just the internet, but using the internet to buy things and have things shipped to you. Oh man. Now I don't even know what to do. Could have closed. I would not have gone long here though. That was just crazy reversal. This wasn't golfing. I guess I should have golfing at a support. Was talking like was that bar that did all that? Going along with that short. I don't know what you mean. I went short up here. And I thought this was a downtrend. But I was sorely mistaken. That was just the top of a V. We're back up here again. for a few month move. I was, but I had a stop on it. Yeah, I had a stop on it. That's the thing. It made too big of a move to the upside. It stopped me out. If I was gonna close it today, I literally would have closed it on this green candle. And be like, all right, momentum's over. I would have closed it. Definitely on this engulfing. I would have gone long there if I thought, you know, if I was already out of my short. That's what's crazy. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I could just hold it and think whatever, but you know, I respect my stops and try to. I don't want something to go against me. So wait for the curve, it's back out of the park. Pretty much, yeah. Keep swinging for the fastball. But I mean, again, we're bouncing off that 9 moving average, so maybe we have a little higher to go. One of these times I won't get stopped out and we'll just keep coming down. But yeah, when this happens, it just like makes me want to close it and take the profits, which is always good. But with futures, it's like shares. You don't have to. You're not playing volatility. So you just want a bigger move. Doesn't matter the time it takes. But I guess, in fairness, I have been literally trading against the trend since like here, the last like 5 days. I've been trading to the downside, and I haven't lost on it. I just haven't done very well on it because I haven't made much. But if I was going long through all this, then probably would have been much more successful. Because that's the way the trend was going. Especially for yeah. Yeah, and that 4-way break was big, but as you can see, it's just gotten crazy, choppy, and volatile, like just sporadic. The uptrend is not nearly as clean as it was. These big wicks and stuff, these big gaps, and then sell-offs, and then. So to me, it's still looking like a top. It's just how high, I guess. And this, it all started with this. I had a 418 short, and then Google and Amazon earnings and all that volatility after hours, and that one stupid wick just ripped back up, and then they all came down. Or is it here? Yeah, it was right here. Yeah, so I would have still had my short from there. I mean, maybe not. Maybe I would have closed it. Who knows? But that's where I got my short at. So I did get the timing on the top, but learned a lesson. Don't hold stop limits for the after hours earnings at mega caps when you're trading the ES, because that wick was crazy, and it was the wrong way. It just wicked up and then just sold off after that. It's like kidding me. So I don't know. I don't have like a next price necessarily. I mean, if it breaks this high, I would say 425, 426 would be another good short. Trying to top ticket. But I don't know if it's gonna go that high. Anyways, BBY is holding up nice. That's good news.
103.26 right now, but I did want to just point out here that we've seen treasuries which are starting to come back lower here right now. So rates are inching back up. The bonds down to 128.10. We saw
14% on GME.
So I want to point
Massive
out that
day.
we've actually seen those two
down at that support. So yeah,
moving average
it's broken out of the channel
since the end of December. And the last time this
probably
went
back
a
to the
prolonged
teens.
period down below that 50-day moving average was before the run-up we saw into mid-November when rates spiked to 4.3. So let's keep an eye on treasuries right now. The futures as they're coming off. Be interesting to see if those yields, the TNX starts to work its way back into the middle of that range that we've been in, basically looking at, well, 3.3 up to 4.3. Here we are again at 3.6 right now. So again, starting to buy into that longer, higher for longer narrative. Keep an eye on some of the individual Fed speakers as well to kind of listen in terms of what type of a tone they deliver.
All right, Fed likes
BBY 30.90. Holding that $3 level pretty nice.
So let's switch our focus over to commodities. And David McIlvaney's with us, CEO of McIlvaney Financial Companies, taking a look at oil and gold in particular.
Might jump on some nat gas longs if it gets back to VWAP.
And let's talk about oil. There certainly seems to be a tight supply. Demand is real. It's definitely there. I am thinking about the cap that's coming up on February 5th. We had the December 5th cap. So what are you thinking here? I mean, I heard $80
Let's look at the econ
is possible
calendar.
in the somewhat,
John
next
Williams
6
is tomorrow at
months or so.
9:15.
Where do you
You can move the
stand?
market some.
It still has to do with the pace of
Mr.
opening
Cook,
for China, and
Mike?
to the degree that that economy is coming back on
Michael
stream.
Barr again
We've
and
gone
Bostic.
close to 1,100 days
Yeah, there's
with
a
one
lot
of
of
the largest
people
population
speaking
groups
tomorrow.
in
Waller.
the world shut out of the global markets to
These could
some
all
degree.
have some
So
move.
what does normal
The initial
look
drop
like
was Keynes on
post-COVID?
Thursday. That could be
And
big
as they've
too.
opened, it's only been January 7th to the present that we've
Week's
been
definitely not
able to
over.
see them take a step
That's
in that
maybe why we're
direction.
seeing a kind of a pump. It's
They've
still
dealt
kind of
with
waiting.
a lot of COVID hangover, so to
Still
say.
kind of
So we
gonna
haven't
hang out
seen,
and
like,
prop it
getting
out for the
back
rest
to
of the week
normal.
potentially.
The consumer's not on the streets. The consumer's not traveling the
Or
way
we
they
just have
would
to wait
like
till
to be.
CPI
They're
next
making
week
plans. They're thinking positively about the future.
to actually
How
get it.
China
If we get
comes
a
back
print, a
online
higher
will have
print,
everything to do
higher than
with the
expectations by a
direction of
long
oil
shot,
towards the end of the
I
year.
think we'll finally have hit a top.
And there, I think Goldman is correct. A 25% boost to values,
Market
getting
might
us
just kind
well over
of chill out
100,
until then, though.
is
Up
more
and down,
likely where
chop.
we are at as China is fully integrated back into the global economy.
Yeah, understood. So at this point now, how quickly can this all happen when you see the moves? I mean, you're talking about the reopening in China. The demand is real. At home, we're
back up.
pumping more.
Might grab a
We
short at
still
the
have
high
to
here, but
refill and
it's
replenish
possible it
our
just breaks it and
strategic
keeps going,
petroleum
really.
reserves here at home. What do you
$20
see in
loss
the
thing.
next few months? What are we going to be
20%.
talking about, and where does OPEC fit in too?
And lower levels, and they don't want to see prices go too low. And so we can have them move as they have, just, the 20 cents that they added to the price for Asian crude here in the last day or so. So that's going to be, we'll have more of the same in
close
terms
out
of
of my,
OPEC's engagement, protecting the downside. Also protecting the downside is the fact that, as you mentioned, strategic petroleum reserves have to be refilled, and the closer we get to $70 a barrel, the more we're a buyer. And so we're not going to see cheap oil. The question is how expensive it gets as we move towards the end of the year. And again, that's a demand dynamic coming out of China predominantly. I don't think that the global economy is going to put too much of a sting on demand. There's been that argument that perhaps between the U.S. and Europe, if we move towards recession, that somehow will offset what demand increases on the China side. And I think you've still got, we've got our sights on $100 barrel oil by the end of the year with China coming into play.
$100
pretty
a barrel.
bullish.
What does that mean for gasoline prices here at home?
It's bullish for the market.
Well, it's a bit of a different question only because there's not a lot of clarity on what we're doing with our refineries. I mean, we're currently running at 85% of capacity, and at this time of the year, it should be closer to 95%. So the fact that diesel is still expensive, the fact that we've had a 40-cent increase in gasoline, there's tightness of supply with the finished product, and that matters to the consumer. The consumer does care more about what they experience at the pump than what a barrel of oil costs, either Brent or WTI, and because it hits their pocketbook that way. And we're seeing, in spite of what has
15
been
minutes to
a
power hour.
decline off of $125 a barrel down to the low 70s, we in the last 30 days have seen an increase in gasoline costs, and that has everything to do with our refinery capacity. And so to see an increase this early in the year is not particularly encouraging, given that we usually see it later on as we move towards driving season. So this reprieve in terms of inflation may in fact be quite temporary, with a little bit of an inflation surprise as we move towards some of the later Fed meetings. And so it'll be interesting to see how that gets factored in. Certainly the energy costs coming down have been a benefit in Europe, and some of that may be reversed as we get towards the middle of the year. That would not be a surprise to us.
And all these companies, when you think of oil and gold and mining, and they themselves have faced some labor issues. I mean, they're actually having a hard time filling some of those worker roles. Those are in short supply as well. Let's talk about gold. Gold just recently was at 1975. I started to wonder if I was going to see the 2000, that two handle. It's since pulled back. But you're bullish on gold. Where do you think it's headed and why?
Well, so this is a normal correction. If you want to look at it from two vantage points, the commitment
upwards
trader
looking quite bullish.
reports let you know what the ebb and
No, it
flow
looks
of
like
the
it's just still in the
market are,
range.
and
It
really
is
who is
signifying
behind
more
the
that
ebbs and
there's
flows.
3 levels of good support.
Your commercial interests are sort of the largest
A
stick
breakout
in
up here
the
would be
futures
bullish.
market, and
A
what
break of
they
VWAP
want,
would be
they
bullish.
ultimately get. And when the
I don't know.
speculators sort of
Call it whatever you
line
want
up
to be bullish, but
and sort of
yeah,
crowd
it's looking better than it
at the
was.
market, that
Going down, now
ultimately
it's
ends poorly for them. So the
somewhat
momentum
reversing.
traders, they're the ones who are crowding in. They're at the end as we got
Volatility?
towards
Yeah,
17,
usually at power hour you get some
1975.
volatility.
And sure enough, the
I
short
don't hold
interests
crypto
on the
right now,
commercial
no.
side were paired up
I will
against
be
the
going into
long
crypto,
interests
but
on
I'm
the
waiting
spec
for
side, and the longs
crash
got taken to the
capitulation on the
cleaners.
market.
We're down $100, and that's the way it goes. Be careful who
On the
you're
1
betting
minute?
against is really the lesson there. If you're studying the CRT
321.
reports, don't ever bet against the
Yeah,
commercials and expect
329
to
is
win
VWAP, so
for very long.
probably gonna move back up to there,
But
I'd say, before
technically, the
close.
setup for gold was also in a vulnerable
See what
spot.
goes
We're
after that.
overbought on both the daily and the weekly charts, and we either correct sideways or we move lower. I think the lows that we put in around 1613 were healthy lows that'll be maintained, and likely the corrections that we see, call it 1838, 1975, maybe as low as 1735, 1796, and 1753 would be my lowest in terms of where we go in this correction.
Yeah.
And so what I'd like to see is some of the steam taken out of the gold market. There's a lot of press being given to central bank buying, which happened in 2022, and I think that will be a recurrent theme for 2023. A part of it is uncertainty, and central banks start addressing that by increasing their reserves. If they have economic uncertainty or geopolitical uncertainty, then they increase their reserves. And the other factor is that, and this was covered by an IMF paper in the last couple of days very well, as we see a proliferation of sanctions, central banks also continue to sort of create some space for themselves to navigate an increase in sanctions. So the global central bank community is buying gold hand over fist as we've seen sanctions proliferate. Investors were not a participant really in 2022. So I think that is a part of what takes us to all new highs, new all-time highs in 2023. Central bank community continues to buy.
Oh, SPY.
And that's exactly right.
Another
That's
inverted
exactly
hammer, we'll see.
Granted, the ETF
BBY is moving up
purchases
here.
in Asia and Europe were fairly robust, but in the U.S., it was
Give
a
me a little
non-story. It
bounce.
was a non-story for 2022.
Looking at
We were not
February
in the
20
and I think that'll
puts
be a
on
defining
GME.
factor. These markets are made at the margin, and if the central bank community is a continued buyer, then that marginal buying on the investor side takes us to 2,000, well above 2,000, maybe even 2,500 this year.
Yeah. David, great to see you. Thank you. Great conversation. David McIlvaney Financial Companies. Thanks. Coming up next, Royal Caribbean cruising, seeing bookings. The earnings are out. What do we need to know in this report? Is the group a buy right now? More details coming up.
GME popping up here. BBY probably going to do something similar. Yeah, it's like it's using my covered calls as collateral. I'm not sure what's going on. It's weird. This is what happens. It hangs out right where I had my stop, and then that ends up being the top again. So I might get back into it. I do like to have a position for overnight because a lot of the moves happen overnight on the market. It doesn't look really bearish so far. That looks like a bull flag. Maybe a move to the upside would be more merited. They borrowed them already. Maybe, I don't know, it's weird. That ugly hourly candle is bouncing here though. It's bouncing off that 408. On the daily, I mean, looking a lot better. This was a red candle before. It looks like it's bouncing on that 9 moving average. Got a lot of Fed speakers still this week. CPI next week. A strange spot to go long. I'm gonna chill. I don't want to force it. Bed Bath, little red candle here. Buys moving up. They'll probably break out of that bull flag. It goes. I should do a recap video today though. So I didn't even recap yesterday. Oh, looking at General Motors. Whoops. SPY moving, or GME moving up. SPY also moving up. Not Bed Bath. Still down a bit. Zoom holding up well. Not a whole lot though on my watch list. Very green. Probably just mega cap stuff. Not today, but sometime this week. Been valid today for the BBY part. What, a video yesterday? Yeah, I mean, I don't. Yeah. I guess I wouldn't have said that they're going to offer shares after hours. There's a little move up further. 6 minutes, GNS closes, and power hour begins. Yep, Bobby's barely moving. GNS is a continuous net settlement. So that's what, that's basically what you get from power hour. Power hour is another name for it, more or less. Continuous net settlement is a settlement process used by the National Securities Clearing Corporation, NSCC, for the clearing and settlement of securities transaction. GNS includes a centralized book entry accounting system which keeps the flow of securities and money balances orderly and efficient. So trades during the day, they basically have to settle them. And you thought when you bought it, it made the stock go up. SPY's moving up more. Good, it could go crazy before close. New high, or not new high, but SPY broke out of that. Broke that resistance up there. So probably move back up to 415 or so. 415. Maybe take a short up there. Looking great out there. Yeah, look at this. Look at our #1 all-time meme stock. Yeah, the options. We'll see what sold off tomorrow. Still a good amount of open interest on that 3. I mean, we were over 4, which is a lot more at this point. But we'll have to see because a lot of people probably sold off today. 65,000 volumes, quite a bit. Still can't close this. T+1, T+2, right, for shares? Those are shares I'm talking about, it's not options. They said Bobby would go to the moon today. No, that's just like market makers or whatever. Those that provide infinite liquidity. OG meme, that's right. All right, 3 minutes. We couldn't make it to VWAP. Man, I like throat. It doesn't hurt, but I like losing my voice from that fly. Laying eggs in my esophagus. Guess I could just hold this covered call. There's 3 o'clock. Spy squeezing. If it doesn't break that high, I might jump in a short up there. Just to make the people happy. Who knows will be the price tomorrow? Who knows? I mean, it's had a lot of after hours moves the last couple weeks, so might get some after hours volatility again, even without news. Man. Breaks intro. That's a problem for sure. Big problem. Zoom video. Oh, market's pretty mellow today. I don't know if the banks are pumping up or what's really rallying. Mega caps maybe. This is not really. Oil has been quite a bit actually. Dollar's been coming down some. Yeah. A little bit more to go short.
Assessment of the economy, and do you worry that it potentially can counteract your inflation-fighting efforts if the economy loosens too much?
Yeah, it's had a kind of the same view with the market.
You didn't have to respond to it, and so the market can go back to the tone that it struck last Wednesday. If you look at the NASDAQ chart, it all tells the story pretty clearly. That pop, that gap from Wednesday in the middle left side of the chart, that's Mr. J. Powell. A little extension through Friday and some selling Friday afternoon, and then Monday brought us back down right to the top of the gap. And so a little straight line and support kind of emerges for the NASDAQ at the top of the Powell gap, and today's bounce follows right on with that at 12,500. Perhaps bears maybe have some hope here with the short-term lower highs until the NASDAQ trades back to 12,900. One could argue here that there still is a range-bound trade since the employment data last week, but things look pretty strong here for the most part. High beta stocks are rallying. We've got services and reopened strength signaled through Royal Caribbean and the bounce on its earnings. The dollar is also down.
I'm gonna take a short back up here.
Up, so you've got a little bit of a mixed message coming there.
Might be early, but I
As
didn't.
long as bond yields are in a
Got 20
level,
seconds for this
in
to
a
close.
window that we've seen before, perhaps the market can shake off higher yields. 366 definitely does start to look like 3.5, maybe was a short-term floor. I'm also watching the potential for crude oil to make a short-term floor here. After the message from Royal Caribbean about seeing bookings back above 2019 levels in the fourth quarter, and with Powell's lack of pushback on loosening financial conditions and the robust employment data, there are plenty of logical reasons why one thinks that maybe crude could bottom out and start to rally. And to maybe some extent, it is
No, those are
certainly
scams
not
on there
rallying, even
from
when
Discord.
a big move in crude like the one we've got today.
You just report them. I
up almost
banned like 2 today.
4% throughout much of the session. It's not flashing any red lights.
Yeah, I banned them.
as far
Just
as the
report them.
inflation indicator goes on the chart. Crude starts moving its way back to 90 bucks. Maybe that story changes, and maybe that will tell us when the market is starting to respond to loosening financial conditions in a counterproductive way. Now,
I don't like to hold-
counterproductive is when inflation starts to go higher again because the market has allowed demand to seep back through, because the job situation has firmed up to an extent that people can restoke inflation. But with crude oil raining
I'm probably gonna
down,
stop that. I think I'm gonna put a stop
maybe that's
limit on
not
this
something
thing.
we need to worry about right now. Perhaps that's why
Just
Jay
basically
Powell
right where
is
it's
not
at.
so worried
I don't like to
about
hold through the last 10
addressing
minutes. It gets
loosening
super
financial
volatile.
conditions. at this moment. Could it change? Yes. So keep an eye on crude oil.
Do like that candle for the downside, though.
But in the short term, still, the most important chart is going to be the dollar versus bonds. Once again, you've kind of got a little bit of a difference today. Notice the dollar slipping while rates go higher. The dollar has been much, much weaker than the yield and has led to the downside. Now with yields trying to push higher, we need to watch to see if the spread continues, meaning yields stay elevated while the dollar goes down, or if the dollar has to stay close to where yields are, maybe close that gap a little bit. Generally, both are up since the employment data. If they continue to rise, then maybe stock bulls will find some pushback. But when it's divided and the dollar's down while rates are up, that's not exactly the screaming message of inflationary risk and hawkish risk. You need them both moving together. Yields in the dollar together was the bear market trade when they're both in unison moving higher. Mixed days like today, seems like stocks can find a way through if Powell is going to still take a little bit of a dovish tack. He definitely saw everything we said about him. Your tweets, the news reports, some of the other Fed speakers even tried to sound a little bit more hawkish, but once again today, he just didn't take the bait. And so bulls take another stab at it. Let's bring in Renita Young, Kevin Hanks. Talk about this market so far. So, is he officially turned back dove, Kev? This is now a second opportunity for him after the employment report. And he didn't take it as an opportunity, really, to push back.
Yeah, Oliver, you know, it's interesting. What did we learn today between Fed speakers early and Jerome Powell? Well, there's Fed speakers.
I agree.
And then there's Jerome Powell.
And there's the chief.
Clearly, this market takes Jerome Powell's comments, or lack thereof, much stronger, gives much more weight to his comments than, let's say, Neil Kashkari or Raphael Bostic. So, therefore, in a day where the market is solidly up, the S&P has been, let's face it, since that Jerome Powell interview started about 11:40 Chicago time, the market's been all over the board. It rallied, it sold off hard, it's come back all the way back to where it was at the high. So, I think and what you mentioned, yields higher, dollar lower, this market's trying to figure out exactly what Jerome Powell said. It wasn't the best interview in the world. All things considered, he could have used a little Oliver Rennick in there asking him some questions.
I'll take that.
It wasn't his clearest interview in the world, but the market clearly liked what Jerome Powell said, or in this case, Oliver didn't say.
Yeah. I was kind of thinking the same thing, I'll be honest, Kevin, is that it was a little bit soft. I mean, obviously,
yes.
Maybe it's not the place to grill him, but it seems like when you got a guy like that in front of you and the market is at such a pivotal moment, you're kind of supposed to grill him a little bit. However, he's not the only thing happening here today. Let's talk some stocks, Renita. We do have a pretty good pop happening for fundamental reason.
Yeah, I put a stop on there.
The most important sector, the chip makers.
Jeez,
after Skyworks last night. Let's get into it here.
Skyworks saw better than expected earnings, and analysts are kind of going wild on this stock today. One particular at KeyBank raising the price target and also giving a very hopeful outlook for the chip maker sector. But let's look at these numbers really briefly so that we know exactly what we're talking about. Our adjusted earnings per share was in line, and revenue, it did beat guidance, however, was slightly below consensus
BBY
estimates.
just muted.
And KeyBank raised the price target from $120 to $130, reaffirmed the overweight rating. And this analyst says that the December quarter shows Skyworks is benefiting from its large
covered calls,
exposure
paper,
to Apple, right?
paper
About
covered
70%
calls,
of
here they
its
are.
income comes from Apple. And then its smaller exposure
Break
to
even.
China. But here's why I
Up
question
66%
that,
today, but break even,
iPhones
P&L open.
are made, some of them, in China. And that has embedded exposure to China. But for the purposes of this report today, this stock is really up. But here's why I'm questioning, not questioning, but I'm going to be looking at this. This analyst says that, March is going to see a bottom for the chip making industry.
That's a huge claim.
It's a huge claim because, as you and I know, all chip makers are not created equal.
That's right.
And
That's right.
you know, don't get it twisted. There are some chip makers who may perform better than others because of the products that they service, right?
Definitely.
And since this one does radio frequency IDs to iPhones and other companies with mobile devices, it may be
Spider's back
positioned
up,
well
about to get stopped
so long
out.
as those companies are positioned well.
Yeah, we've seen anything tied to consumer electronics outside of iPhones be very weak, to your point. However, the latest craze is if you're connected to some kind of AI, it's a big deal.
Yeah.
Cars, too, have functioned pretty well. So, Kevin, when you look at some of the stock leadership here, whether it's Skyworks and chips, Royal Caribbean on the cruise line and the reopened trade, I mean, is there something here for bulls to hang their hats on besides Jay Powell that is legitimate?
Well, I think if you look at the visualization chart on the Thinkorswim platform, it's a pretty solid leadership group.
Not sure what you said there,
see
Drift, but
Microsoft up
I
big,
think I get it.
Google Alphabet up big,
Thanks, man.
Meta,
Yeah,
Nvidia,
appreciate it.
Apple all up. Who's missing?
Appreciate your
Amazon is missing.
support.
Really strong out of the energy
And that
sector,
brings me
obviously with crude oil
to
jumping
the
higher.
end. I do a recap video end of the day. It'll be out in like 45
As
minutes.
strong as the
I'm
market
going to go over
looks,
my
if you
positions,
look at the
trades I
S&P
made today.
500 sectors,
I did them here live, and I've
last
told you
time
guys,
I
and I've
looked,
shared them on Discord, but I'll recap it, look at some
6
TA.
up and 5 down.
Yeah, pretty
So
mixed.
I'll be
it's
reviewing
more of a
yesterday
mixed
too a little
market
bit,
when
just
you
because I
look
didn't
at
have a
the
video
sectors,
yesterday,
of 11
and where
markets,
I think
we've
things
got
are going.
6 up and 5 down. So it's, I know
My
it looks
position
great
on
across the
GME,
board, but
or
it's
sorry,
a little more
BBBY,
mixed than I think it's showing.
it's pretty
Fair enough.
big.
And consumer discretionary
Pretty
actually
exciting.
down.
It's going to probably
It's just
hurt a
Royal
little bit for a
Caribbean,
bit,
Ernie.
but
I mean, it's such an
that's all right.
isolated, specific trade.
Please 5 likes. Thank you guys so much for your
Hard
likes.
to
I
really,
appreciate it.
expand it out to the sector
Today
as a
sucks.
whole, unless it's
To the
like a
video title.
direct reopen
It didn't
trade.
suck for me. I don't know.
And even with these, it's like a subset of the reopen trade within.
I was
cruise
happy with
lines.
it.
Totally, it is.
I was
and
totally
as
happy
you
with
can
it.
see,
So
earnings per share came
I was
in
happy with
less
yesterday too.
bad. It's still at a loss.
It's hard to
but it's at
see.
a
It's hard to
lesser
not give into the
loss
FOMO, but
than what it was expected
yesterday,
to be.
actually, I did well in the
And
futures.
The
So
company, though, this is pretty
But yeah,
interesting. It
today
says
does
that
suck
it experienced a record-breaking wave season.
BBY.
That's between the winter
As
holiday
far as
season and
where the
end
stock
of
price was, I
March.
think fundamentally it's a good
And
day.
that the first 7 weeks,
We'll go over that
they were
in the video.
strongest
Thanks,
7
Jeff.
weeks
Thanks, Cold
recorded in
Shower.
company
Thanks, Roku.
history.
Thanks, Donald. Thanks,
So
Drift.
they're really
Thanks,
jazzed
Ryan.
about that. And so after
Thanks to
these
69.
earnings,
Do it. Do
Royal
it. Do it. Do
Caribbean
it.
says that it
412
expects
calls
to
I bought this
swing to a
morning at 408
profit
printing.
during the last 3
How do you
quarters
have
of
calls
the
that
year.
just
That's huge.
decay all
because
day and then
something
print?
that we kept talking about is the amount
Oh,
of
I got
debt
stopped out.
that these
I missed the first
cruise
trip.
lines are still
So
under,
mad.
and how they'll be able to
Expire
get
tomorrow.
themselves
Oh, you
out
caught
of
it down here.
So it looks like Royal Caribbean
Yeah,
feels like
another
at least
win for the
it can
Bulls, I
start
think.
flipping a
This is
profit
crazy.
pretty soon this year.
Okay.
Thanks,
Well,
Thomas.
The turnaround,
Thanks,
I guess,
guys.
is real here.
Sub up, like
When
up,
they start
comment down.
talking,
Happy Money sticks
profits
around.
And, shift.
We have a Twitter
big
also. You can follow us on at
reversal,
Happy Money YT.
during the wave season.
And our Discord is
I like that.
linked
All right,
in the
big
chat.
term. The wave season.
Twitter
Appreciate
is
it.
in the
Thanks,
description.
Kevin Hanks.
Okay.
All right, there's a
You didn't
rundown
miss
of the
anything.
big
I'm taking
moves
off.
that
I'll
are
see you in the
working.
recap. See you on
Check in with
Discord.
The Big Bull. Adam Johnson joins us,
Buy them
portfolio manager
the best
and
meme
advisor
picker.
in